All right, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Northern Liquor hearing. This is the second part, and the second part involves the evidence from the applicant and also from the agencies. Given that there are some new people sitting around the table, I thought it might be good for us to go around and introduce ourselves again. So I'll start with myself. My name is Truk Tran. I am the Commissioner on the DLC, and I was appointed last year in August, and I'm still feeling my way around all of this, but it's good to see a lot of familiar faces around.
For those who haven't met me, I'm Debbie Hillett. I recognise the gentleman here in a previous Auckland hearing where I was also a DLC panel member. So I did a term with them, and I'm here just recently appointed to Hamilton. Thank you.
Lawyers, Assistant Counsel for the applicant.
Morning, everyone. Sarah Roth, source of the applicant.
Morning, everyone. Applicant also Steve Keller.
Good morning.
Tenant Webb, I'm Jeff Sonsia, representing Mr. Elliott today. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it, so I'm
Thank you.
Murray Butler, I'm an objector. I live in the area.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaden. I'm a lawyer at Community Law Waikato, today representing Fraser High School.
Kia ora koutou, Dr. Grant Pearson Takunga, and Dr. Pearson representing Councillors Thompson and Torres.
Kia ora everyone, Ayo Adesonia, delegate to the medical officer.
Morning, Jim Tranahan from police.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the licensing inspector.
Morning, everyone. I'm Ian Wilson, City Councillor and member of the DLC.
Right, thank you. Now, everyone, given the tight time frame, a draft agenda was sent through on Friday, and I think we've got some feedback from Ms. Rawcliffe. Is there anything that anyone wants to discuss in relation to the agenda? Because I thought we'd start at 10 o'clock each day, because we've got 3 days anyway, and there should be plenty of time for everyone. And given that it's school holidays, 10 o'clock start might be a lot easier for some. Is there anything that anyone want to raise in regards to the agenda? No? All right. Any preliminary matters that anyone wants to raise at this stage?
Yes, I just have one matter in respect of, I understand Mr. Hooper is intending on appearing and effectively cross-examining on behalf of Fraser High School.
Yes.
I was just wondering the basis on which he is doing that, and I'll have some comments on that.
All right, Mr. Hooper.
Simply pairing his counsel for the objector, and that's the basis.
Okay. Right. And you wish to ask questions?
Yes, cross-examining Mr. Singh.
Okay. And in terms of cross-examining Mr. Singh, will you be trying to put forward Fraser High's case to Mr. Singh?
Mainly asking questions around the relationship with the school, the relationship with the stores and other schools, selling to students, that kind of thing.
Because Ms. Rawcliffe has raised a valid point here. Is that because Fraser, as I understand it, Fraser is still an objector, so they haven't withdrawn the objection, but they have decided not to give evidence. So in terms of your questioning of Mr. Singh, are you intending on putting forward Fraser's opposition to Mr. Singh?
That's right.
Okay. What's your position on that?
Yeah, well, I suppose the issue that we have with that is that Fraser has not put any evidence forward themselves for the applicant to have the ability to question them on their position. So it would be unfair to have it one way and not the other.
That's fair enough. How about this? How about because Fraser is still an objector and it is represented by Mr. Hooper, we will allow Mr. Hooper to ask questions of Mr. Singh, but if you are putting Fraser's case to Mr. Singh and Ms. Rawcliffe is not happy about it, you can object and we can decide. Okay, is that all right? Because at the end of the day, as you can appreciate, Mr. Hooper, Fraser didn't give evidence and Ms. Rawcliffe didn't get an opportunity to ask questions, and so their evidence is untested, and so it's a bit difficult for you to put your client's case to Mr. Singh. So I suppose entirely up to you, but if you're going to ask Mr. Singh questions, then I think perhaps general propositions.
May I say that in my position, this will be answered completely by Section 204 of the Act, which says that any objector may appear and be heard by counsel, including asking questions. So the only prerequisite in the legislation is that they are an objector. So I'm not sure on what basis there can be an objection to my questions, as long as they're fairly put in the case.
Well, if the committee feels that your questions are unfair, then we might not let you ask a particular question. Okay, but for now, you're welcome to participate. You can ask questions, but you just need to tread carefully in terms of some of the lines of questioning. Okay. All right. Does that deal with the issue? Okay. Are there any other matters that any of the parties wish to raise before we get straight into it? Agencies? Dr. Hewison? Mr. Butler? Mr. Gallagher? Okay. No, that's quite well. Ms. Rawcliffe, if you're in a position to open the applicant's case.
I've just prepared a brief opening submission.
No, I understand it's only going to take 15 minutes. Oh, so I understand Prab is currently online. He can hear the opening submissions, but when Mr. Singh gives evidence, then there'll be an order excluding all witnesses, including Mr. Prab Singh. Is that right? So Ms. Phillips, you can admit him in so you can watch. Oh.
So could I ask about PDF would be circulated? And then
Do you have,
we've got the shorter copies. Oh, there's more here. Okay.
Thank you.
I have just prepared a very brief opening statement, and obviously the closing submissions will be where the substance is pulling together all of the legal submissions and the evidence. But just to open the case of the applicant, I think we'll just have a brief statement. So the applicant is obviously seeking an off license to operate the premises at Durham Street, known as Northern Liquor. And the role for the committee is to consider whether the applicant can meet all the criteria under Section 105 of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. While this is a new license, this is not a new location for a bottle store. The site has previously had a store operating for the last 20 years, which is known as Smugglers Norton, and there was also a Countdown supermarket next year that held an off license for many years. Since the voluntary closure of the supermarket and the forced closure of the bottle store in late 2023, there is currently no off license premises in the Norton area. It is also noted that the previous bottle store's license was not renewed due to a finding that the applicant was no longer suitable to operate the premises. This was due to a combination of employment issues previously found CTOs and selling single sales. The DLC in that decision determined, with respect to amenity and good order, after considering considerable evidence about this, that it was not satisfied there was sufficient evidence to prove a link between any crime, graffiti and alcohol related litter and the bottle store specifically. It is submitted that the operation of a previous store in this exact location with no issues except suitability of the operator is relevant, and the DLC can give its weight when considering its application. There was a lot of talk in the first 2 days of this hearing about the previous operator, which is RT Ventures, and no doubt that may come up again. However, the position of the applicant is that there is no link between itself and the previous operator, except on the basis of a landlord and tenant relationship. And further, that the way that applicant, that operator operated the store is relevant to the way that this applicant operates the store. This applicant already operates 2 stores in Heapy Terrace and Bader Street to a very high level, responsibly and compliant in all respects. The applicant needs to prove that it is suitable to operate a bottle store in this neighbourhood. It is accepted that Milton has pockets of deprivation, as do many suburbs throughout Hamilton. The area surrounding the store also has several areas that rate at very low levels on the deprivation index. We had a lot of evidence about people who specifically said that Western Heights was part of this area, and that is a level 2 on the deprivation index. It's submitted that what is important is whether the applicant understands and will sell alcohol responsibly in this community. It is submitted that given the mobility of society and the ability to purchase alcohol online, the same rules should be applied to all suppliers of alcohol, regardless of location. However, in saying this, the applicant does have in-depth knowledge and proven experience in operating responsibly in locations with similar demographics and location features. Super Liquor Heapy Terrace has been operated by the applicant since 2020 and Super Liquor Bader since 2022. These stores are both located in a block of surrounding stores, and in both these areas there are pockets of deprivation. Both stores have been operated without incident, and the applicant has established policies to ensure that issues such as begging are not associated with their stores. The applicant will give evidence to tell you about the similar policies that it will adopt at this store, such as sales to no people who are begging, restriction on single sales, no repeat sales to people, and it is also prepared to work with community groups to ban people from the store who those groups have determined should not be sold alcohol. Prior to making the application, and in the last 12 months since been waiting for this to be heard, the applicant has made attempts to contact local businesses, schools and community groups to engage or attempt to engage with them about how the store should be operated and identifying the issues. It has reached out to College Councillor Tolaviki several times for guidance and to take him up on his offer to organise a community hui, which was given at the Bader Street hearing. The applicant's position is that they are still keen for this to happen. The reporting agencies, and in particular the licensing inspector, have raised issues about undertakings Mr. Singh provided to the committee about his return to New Zealand, and the evidence will address this today. The committee will hear that the applicant made every effort to secure a property to move to New Zealand, but he would struggle to find accommodation. Mr. Singh will accept that he should not have given the undertaking when he did not have return flight booked and accommodation sorted. However, the undertakings were given honestly and sincerely at the time, with the belief that he could satisfy them. It is submitted that the issues raised by the reporting agencies and the objectors have been addressed in the evidence that is filed today and will be further addressed in the oral evidence. The director of the applicant will provide evidence which shows that he understands the community in which they're operating and taking measures to ensure that sales supply of alcohol is undertaken responsibly. The applicant will speak to the team's experience and how they will specifically operate Milton Liquor. And as I've already said, there's going to be restrictions on single sales, RTD products, and other conditions. These have actually were offered up right at the outset when the application was filed. They haven't been put in as an afterthought. They were actually offered up right at the very beginning. The applicant will give evidence of its systems, its staff training, and to ensure that premises operate in compliance with the law. The applicant will give evidence through Darrenpreet Singh about that this is his family business run by the family and provides for his family. They want to make this business a success and understand that to do that, they need to ensure they're compliant with the Act. They will also give evidence through the operations manager, who is actively involved across all the two operating stores and has in-depth knowledge about the attempts that have been made to get this store off the ground as well. It's submitted that by the end of this hearing, the committee will be confident that there's no reason why the licence should not be granted to the applicant. And on that basis, and these are the preliminary matters, we're ready to call the witness.
Yes, thank you. Now, are we all agree that the evidence can be taken as read for everyone? Okay, that's great.
So the first witness for the applicant is Darwin Brixton, who is one of the directors of the applicant. And I'll just need you to swear in.
Please state your full name for the record. Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Mr. Singh, there is a statement of evidence contained within the bundle starting at page 54 and going through from there. Is through to page 108. Is the statement being written by you? And happy to speak to any issues raised in this in respect of this application by the DLC and the DLC.
Thank you. There's no other questions from you, Ms. Walker?
No.
Okay, thank you. So what we'll do is we'll start with the agencies and then I'll go through and then the agencies first and then we'll get the objectors after. Licensing inspector.
In paragraph 9 of your evidence, it said that you've held a duty manager certificate since 2020. How many hours a week are you working at your stores at the moment, or have you worked?
When I was in the country, I was probably working about 35 hours easily.
And how often is that?
That's probably every day, 4 to 5 hours, Monday to Friday, or as needed.
So how often are you in the country?
And now permanently.
But before then, so up until like during the period that you've had your manager certificate for?
Okay, so up until COVID, we flew out on February 21, and then due to not being able to secure with the lottery system a room for quarantine renting, we were kind of locked out up until 23, and then I started with the applications and everything was running okay with the stores. There were never any issues, so I was in constant contact with all the staff. So probably like 3 times, 4 times maybe.
Paragraph 11, you said that yours that. So she's working in a governance role. What does that mean?
She's learning the managerial side of the business.
So if she's doing that, why has she not had more of an involvement in the application while you've been overseas?
Because that's not her scope. The scope is to deal with things on the ground here. I'm more about looking at opportunities, growth, see if there's any underlying issues that need to be solved. So that Rob or Anu cannot solve, and they will come to the issues. So on a day-to-day basis, it's those two are the ones that run everything.
One of the conditions that you've given in paragraph 16 is that you will not sell singles of beer and RTDs under 500 mils. And why does it need to be under 500 mils? Why does it not include the 500 ml cans as well?
We can put 500. It's usually beer and RTD, like they will go up to about 500. Then you get the total bottles of like which is like 750, or you can get Corona as well, which comes up to about 750. But there's singular bottles that come in packs. Anything below that will usually come in either 4 packs or 6 packs, it depends on what packaging from manufacturers.
So what about the products like Kingfisher, that one's 500 mils and 7% clear, and they're usually retailing for about $3.99.
Specs on retail. They're a lot like, and yes, they come in packs of 24, which we will then either repackage into packs of 4 for no singles.
So you won't be selling the high alcohol
No.
beer, the 500 mils?
No.
So would you be willing to change that
We will.
condition? Oh, and condition N, you've said that we're happy to work with local agencies and support services to ban sales to anyone they identify as having alcohol issues.
Correct.
How is that going to be enforced by the agencies? So how can that condition be enforced?
Now, is it enforced by the agencies or the community groups? Like, because it's self-exclusion, right? So if Salvation Army are working with a group of people that have a dependency on alcohol, just like the pokies or anything else they can start this group, it's up to them. They come to us, give them names and a photo, depending on, and we can show it to our managers and be like, this is a list of people you're not interested. So agencies can come in and there'll be an active list as given by the community group at this time at the school.
What's your understanding of having conditions on a license? What are they there for?
To make sure that the sales of blood alcohol is done responsibly.
Yeah, so are you aware that each condition on that license can be enforced by the agency? So
Yes.
how are the agencies supposed to enforce that condition?
I suppose just to be fair, we're not saying that that's a condition, that's just, we'll put in place following things. So it doesn't say that even is a condition, oh, even is a condition. If that, just checking that's where you're going.
No, I'm just wondering because in paragraph 16 it says you've spoken about enforcing conditions and that one's listed. So I'm just trying to gain an understanding of how agencies are supposed to enforce that condition.
Well, but where does it say that that would be a condition? In paragraph 16.
So these are steps we are required by law to enforce, including, and then that one's included. So that's just why I'm just wondering if the license is granted. Sorry.
It says we'll put steps in place to minimise risk of alcohol related harm, which are over and above the steps required by law to enforce.
Yeah, so how are we supposed to enforce that? That's what I'm wondering.
Right, well, that can just be a submission.
In paragraph 22, you state that Norton Liquor will be a satellite super liquor store. What does that mean?
So a satellite store is just still a master store which will be EP Terrace. So all the training, all the manuals, everything that's required by super liquor at a branded super liquor store will still be required at the satellite store. We're just not held to core range products, advertising. We have a little bit of freedom as to how we run the stores, because we're not dictated by super liquor standards at that stage, other than trainings, manuals, incident books, everything else that's required for reporting.
And so you would be able to set your own pricing and not necessarily confined to just what super liquor has?
We are able to set our own pricing. We're not running, we don't have to run any of the advertised promotions. We're fully free to run the store as we want.
So you could make products cheaper than what they are? with
Well,
super
we
liquor?
can't go below a recommended retail price from manufacturers, so no.
In paragraph 61, you discuss the amenity and good order and that it's impossible to prevent people littering when they move further away from the store. So I was just wondering at what point do you believe that your social responsibilities for the community end? Is it restricted to the Norton Mall car park or is it the whole community?
Now, when you say littering, are you talking about general litter, alcohol litter, what sort? Because for us, I guess we have a responsibility to make sure that the car park and the general Norton Mall area that we actually operate in are clean. Now, if we go to the park, which is not an alcohol ban zone, people can come in from other areas, bring up and drink it legally. If we're willing to send someone out, maybe on a weekly basis to go to look, is that our responsibility? That's the difference.
So are you expecting alcohol-related litter to increase in the car park?
I would expect there might be an increase of litter due to more foot traffic coming through due to the school operate. Now, if that's alcohol-related litter, I can't say. There might be more people at the stores eating, buying stuff, and then I think that increase in foot traffic will lead to an increase in.
Have you been down to the car park in the Norton Mall recently? Yeah, do you think it looks quite tidy down
I
there?
think it looks quiet.
Yeah, it does, but it also looks quite tidy, would you agree?
Tidier than before, yes. What tidy, that's completely removed the litter, no.
You've placed a lot of emphasis on the properties that you've been looking into renting or purchasing.
Correct.
I'm just curious as to why you haven't looked to rent or purchase in the areas that you own bottle stores. So do you not want to be part of the communities that you're operating in? Why is
I
that?
have to look at the properties which is here for my family. And that's a prerequisite that my wife, I have to be in agreement with her as to where we want to be. We looked at properties in Western Heights, we looked at properties in Glenview, we looked all around, but finding a sizable house for 5 people, that's difficult, especially Hamilton. And that was the issue that we had, was because all the houses are either very old or they are too far out. So finding something that was relatively close enough to where I'm not driving an hour into the city to go to work, that made it very difficult. And then, you know, as we know, the rental market isn't as great, there's not that many homes. So there wasn't a kind of choice.
And we just heard in the opening submissions that there's similarities between Norton and the other areas that you operate in. And what do you think is similar between Norton and Happy Terrace?
Norton and Happy Terrace, both same thing. There's pockets of real good, and there's a few pockets that, yeah, you can say a little bit of the pride than the others. Now, operating in both areas and actually having lived in Western Heights for a very long time, I can say that the pockets of deprivation are smaller than pockets of I guess good. The customers are relatively the same. We see people coming in that work in Norton that come to Happy Terrace and vice versa. We've seen it as I've walked around the Norton Mall area, you'll run into someone that lives in Happy and they'll be like, what are you doing here? So it's small enough and people do travel in between the two suburbs. So they're similar.
So you think Norton only has pockets of deprivation?
Well, there is a few pockets of deprivation in Norton East, which would be classed as a 10. Norton West is about an 8. And if we go further out, like we say, Western Heights comes out to a 2. So yeah, there's a lot of variables.
And what about the areas that are directly surrounding your store? Are they just a pocket of deprivation?
They're high pockets of deprivation.
No further questions.
Right, are you going to put Tim about the undertakings or anything like that? Are you going to ask him any questions about the undertaking? Because you talked about that in your evidence. No? Do you have any concerns about that? Or has that been addressed?
But that was all part of the other hearings that he's had. Shouldn't you be questioning me when I'm giving my evidence?
No, but you address these things in your evidence,
yeah.
Right? And I'm assuming that you're going to make submissions about it. Do you want to ask him other questions to make it fair on him? So then if you're going to make submissions about the undertakings, breaches of undertakings and things like that, then we've heard about it.
He's covered it in his evidence, and I don't have any questions about that.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant?
Mr. Singh, paragraph 5, the evidence. It's not quite correct, is it? We've got the Taylor Street store nearly 2 years ago. We have not had any issues there. It's not quite correct, is it?
I think we're talking about issues.
What do you mean by issues?
We haven't had any issues with the operations of the store other than the one issue with Ashley told you.
And that's quite a major issue, though, isn't it? Having no certified duty manager working in the store. It's a major issue.
It was an issue that we were all unaware of at the time, as she had misled us all by saying that her application has gone into the council. And we chased her up on it many times, and it was always, that's with the council. And then when we became aware of it, the licensing inspector, we addressed it immediately.
And how much later was that after you employed it?
Months, 5 months.
So you're the licensee, it's your responsibility, and you're out of the country.
Well, we had no way to really check up on an application.
Is that correct? Did you ask the Hamilton inspectorate?
No, we did not.
And that's where she's working.
Correct, we weren't unaware that she had applied to work at it
Not a hard thing to ask a local inspector.
without, yeah.
But not quite correct statement. Have you bought a property in New Zealand?
I have.
Is it your property or is it who owns the property?
It's my property. I bought it with my mother and my sister.
So it's in joint ownership. It's not actually your property, it's between the three of you.
That is family property.
Has your wife and children moved to New Zealand yet?
Yes, they have.
And so where are they living at the moment?
Used to in the house.
Do you still own properties in America?
Yes, we do.
How many properties do you own over there? When did your wife and family move over here?
We got in on the 5th of October.
The 5th of
October. That's when the house became ready after the renovations.
So after the objectors hearing, you returned to the States?
Yes, they had to.
Why have you focused your premises on high dep areas?
We have focused on wherever there's a store that's available to really buy. We don't pick and choose based on the areas. We look at the store, we look at how well it's been doing, the wider community, yes, how long it's been operating. So there's a few variables that I look at when looking at stores. And
That doesn't answer the question, why have you picked high deprivation areas? There are a lot of areas in Hamilton with off licenses.
correct, but there's not a lot of stores selling in Hamilton with off licenses. So
We get a number of applications for off licenses in Hamilton.
but I need to remove that new applications for off license for brand new stores or pre-existing ones.
Pre-existing ones.
That's not where maybe they have come up in the last few years.
So why didn't you engage with the community in Norton to ask about it rather than expecting other people to engage with you?
I did engage. I engaged with Jamie Talker, who's the president of the Western Community Centre and the Women's Welfare League over in Grandview. I talked to Neil.
Did you have a meeting?
No, I phone call, gave her a phone call, asked for a sit down. She refused. She said that they didn't want to be a part of anything and that their standing was that they are objecting to the store.
So why should the councillor Mohu arrange for a public meeting on your behalf?
He's got the context for the community, as he's got up and stated in the last hearings for us, that he is a member of the community and that he should be engaged. And we did many times, and he didn't engage back. I engaged Councillor Thompson. I didn't even ask her to engage about the Norton application. I asked her to come and see how we operate the stores, come and see how we do business, see our staff trainings and manuals, and see how it's all done. I didn't ask her to come talk about the Norton application.
Let's go back to busking, and you've got here in paragraph 57. Going on, speaking outside the store and basically
Outside our premises or in the whole block of shops? Because, and the block of shops, probably, outside of premises, no.
how long would you say the block of shops is? How long distance?
I want to say 60 meters.
Pretty close, irrespective. You agree?
I mean, that's a big block of shops and we can't dictate how people are operating on public property. All we can do is
You can control them.
outside our premises.
How wide's the premise in Baker Street?
I want to say 20 meters.
And you acknowledge that there are still beggars hanging around the shops at Baker Street.
And then around the shops, yes, and outside our premises, no.
Our system of training, you've got it's a lot of words, but again, you go back to Holchard. That's part of your staff systems and training, we failed quite badly in that respect.
Correct. We made the mistake, we rectified the mistake, and then again, we talked with the licensing inspector, and if there's any other new staff being hired, we would always make sure to check in with them.
You've talked a lot about your commitments to the previous hearing for Baker Street, that you would be back in the country at the end of January 2024, and you didn't make that. Isn't this starting to become a bit of a pattern where you say you're going to do something and you haven't?
No. The market, as everyone is aware, New Zealand housing market became very difficult to buy or rent in with rates as well. We were unable to secure a property, and a lot of the times the reasoning was, oh, we have found someone a better candidate. I was willing to pay 6 months up front in rent to secure a property to make sure I was going to complete my undertaking in time. And even then, we were always denied.
So how much time have you spent in the country since the Baker Street hearing? Actual days?
That's about 12, 13 days, maybe more.
You left shortly after the Baker Street hearing and returned to the States?
Correct. But I was never here for the Baker Street hearing.
Did that by ABL?
I did that by ABL. I met the licensing inspector the week before to talk about the Norton application. And I was here to look for properties at that time as well.
And how long were you here for that?
I was here for about 24 hours.
A day?
A day, as we just had a new baby. So, and we don't have help.
You're not very convincing from pleasing that you're credible, that the stuff you say that you're going to do a lot of things, but it's not happening. How can you reassure us that you're going to do that?
I'm here, I'm not going anywhere, and I'll be seeing you on a regular basis, and we'll be following through with everything that we say.
But you said that before, that you said to the committee before that you'd be back by the end of January this year, and you only came back for hearing dates.
That was again due to things being outside of my control that I was unaware of.
But isn't that what you're going to do again? It's an easy excuse to say it was beyond my control.
No, it's not.
Do you acknowledge the amount of issues around the Norton Mall when the Smugglers liquor store was operating?
Yes.
So do you think you can do it differently?
We can do it better.
How do you think you can control all the kids hanging around the store?
Now, when you say kids hanging around the store, are you saying in general, like hanging out as people are allowed to do, or do you mean that they're asking people to buy them alcohol? Which one? Because here's the thing, we can't force people off public property, but if they're trying to beg or pester customers or the wider public, yes, we can ask them to move on for city's sake, but that's not the extent of what we can do.
You accept that Fraser High School is very close. So the largest shopping area for Fraser High, nearest to Fraser High. You accept a lot of school kids come down there?
I mean, a lot of school kids will walk by, yes,
Have you seen them?
I have.
And when have you seen them? Have you been out of the country?
When I was living here prior to 2021. I
You
used to
didn't-
frequent that
You
more
didn't
quite a bit.
live in the Norton area, did you?
I lived in Western Heights, that was my local.
So you accept lots of school kids, high school kids come down there and have kids?
Come down, walk by, yes.
So when you were down there, you saw the graffiti that was around the area?
I've seen graffiti around the area, yes. Now, is it done by the school kids? I don't know.
How much has that area changed since you moved to the States to when you started looking at the store?
There's a lot more housing going in around Norton. There's a lot more commercial going on. Avalon.
I mean, the amenity and good order around the mall.
That's hard to say for me.
Because you weren't here. So you don't know.
I know to a certain extent. My sister still frequents this
But
more.
you don't.
I don't, but I talk to her. So yes,
Yet you tell us that you know that community.
I've lived there from 2014 up until 2021. So I know the community well enough. It's okay to move away and come back. People do it.
Thank you. Medical Officer of Health.
Picking up from the pockets of deprivation that you mentioned earlier, what does that look like in that area?
And that area, I would say there is, not that I've seen from first-hand experience. I've had friends live on Roy Street. I've had friends live on Grant Street. When I was younger, I've gone out and partied on those streets as well. To me, it's, yes, there is pockets of deprivation, and yes, there's graffiti. Yes, there'll be homes that are a little bit more and just that need a lot of work. I haven't personally seen people out and about fighting or swearing or doing some of the other things that some of the other objectors have said about. Have I seen people begging outside Norton Mall? I have, a long time ago. But I never felt that it was so unsafe where I couldn't walk to the mall by myself.
So that's what you call pockets of deprivation. In terms of the way you've explained it, how can you quantify the impact? How do you think those pockets, in your words, how much impact do you think it would have? Is it contained to the places that you've seen them, or how do you think those pockets can impact the community?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sometimes when we try to, this is me trying to explain what I mean. Sometimes when we put things into those kind of perspective, like pockets, it sounds like little bits of things, but then little bits of things.
There's a wider impact.
In your words, how much do you think those pockets of deprivation can impact the community? Is it within? Is it after? Is it outside? In your words.
It's honestly, I would say pockets of deprivation now, it can impact, yes, it can impact the wider community. It can impact further out. It really depends. I know that with the pockets of deprivation, kids will be going further and further away to do graffiti, whether it's not, I've had my shoes stolen outside my house in Western Heights before. So I know that the deprivation, yes, it will kind of affect it, and people will go further and further, and it bleeds out into the wider community as well.
In your, I can't remember where exactly now, but in your brief, you did mention sending an email to Salvation Army.
I don't think we sent an email to Salvation. We had engaged with them over the phone and in person at their,
Over the phone.
yes, and probably had gone out to their main headquarters as well in the city.
And what came out of that?
They were on the position that they would still be opposing and they didn't want to engage.
Paragraph 4. Instead of confidently say that you operate your product to the highest standard. Can you explain that further? What do you mean by to the highest standard?
We make sure that our staff are well trained and there's oversight. We make sure that they're doing the super liquor trainings. We also joined Hospitality New Zealand to get another layer of oversight for trainings for the staff. My sister and Prab are going around to the stores, making sure that everything's done correctly. Everyone's on CCTV, everyone has it on their phone so we can check in as much as we want on the staff. So if we see something that we don't like, the staff will get called up straight away, or one of them will go in, or now that I'm back, I will go in and address it.
Do you accept that that's the normal standard to operate a bottle store?
I mean, if that's the normal standard, then yes.
Paragraph 10. And I take, that's the second part of the first sentence, and I take over responsibility for supervision. Are you able to state exactly what you do?
I liaise with my sister and Prab and all the staff. If there's an issue, if I see an issue arising, if they have any worries, they'll come to me. I check in on CCTV every single day, both stores, make sure everything's running quickly, stores are open, make sure there's not people outside or if anyone's loitering. Just another layer of eyes. If they're busy doing something, that I can always see something else that's been missed probably. And then I talk with Prab probably 50 times a day about any issues that he sees or if the staff conveyed any problems that they feel like that have come at the stores, whether it be people loitering or missed deliveries. And just, we're always in constant communication to make sure that the stores are operating smoothly.
In terms of swimming or what's happening with staff, are you involved in that as well?
No, that's probably as well.
That's not my question.
Thank you. Dr. Hewison?
Thank you. So I just want to take you to paragraph 5 of your evidence. I think you've been asked about paragraph 5 before in terms of you've had any compliance issues. So then I want to just clarify with regard to Beta Street store. So the old Enterprises was granted a new owner application on the 12th of February 2024. That's correct?
Correct.
But that decision was appealed to the Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority. Is that correct? Correct. And that appeal was done in time and it is processing to a hearing at the end of the year. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the last temporary authority you had for Beta Street expired on the 19th of March 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you applied for any temporary authorities?
I'm just conscious, sorry, of this line of questioning in respect of another licence application. And it's an issue that Dr. Hewson's only just recently raised come to my attention over the weekend, that we are advising the applicant in terms of that store on this matter, and I just don't think that he's going to be in a position to answer the issues that have been raised on that. It's a technical issue.
And if he can't answer that, we'll just hear it from Mr. Singh.
We'll
just hear the question. And
yeah, no, that was the
Yeah,
final question. So have you applied for any temporary authorities since the one on 19th of March 2024 expired?
No.
No. Okay, thanks. Just want to take you to paragraph 43. You say, I do acknowledge that I should not have given undertakings that I could not keep. That's your evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. And then integrity is important to me, and I'm very disappointed that I have not been able to keep my word. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
And then I apologize to the DLC for this. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
So would you accept that someone who has given undertakings that they could not keep, they knew they could not keep, that's what you're saying, and that integrity is important to them, and that you've not been able to keep your word, is suitable to hold or to obtain this license?
No.
So you're saying you're suitable
I
to
tried.
hold a license despite not giving undertakings you could not keep, saying that integrity is important, saying that you did not keep your word. Are you saying you're suitable to obtain this license?
Yes. Would you like me to elaborate further?
No, that's your position. We'll be making submissions to the contrary. I just want to take you to paragraph 47. And this is about Councillor Tauriki. Are you certain that Councillor Tauriki opposed the super liquor EP terrace premises?
He is not opposed. Councillor Casey Cox says.
Okay. So you said here that he's opposed, now you're saying that's an error. Because you've got there, he opposed.
Yes, there is an error.
So that's an error.
He is only opposed Beta and Norton.
Okay, thank you. Then I just want to take you to paragraphs 52 through to 56. Would you accept that perhaps some of the stakeholders you contacted might not have responded to you because they're opposed to your store reopening in Norton?
Possibly.
Okay. And if they were opposed to the store reopening in Norton, then it's entirely up to them about whether they would respond to an email of this nature, isn't it?
If they're representing the community, then shouldn't they respond as it affects the community as a whole?
Okay. So I'm putting to you that if they were opposed to a new liquor store opening in Norton, are they entitled not to respond to your invitation to me?
As a community group, they should respond.
Okay, so that's your position. They should respond. And then just with regard to Councillor Tauriki, you seem to be shifting your responsibility to engage with the community to a responsibility that Councillor Tauriki has on your behalf. Is that what you're saying?
Councillor Tauriki made it very clear in the beta hearing that we should engage with him as he is part of the community and he has a good standing with the community and he would be a good point of contact for us to engage with the community. It wasn't us asking him, he offered it himself and we took him up on that offer.
Yeah. Okay, and then he didn't respond, did he?
He chose not to.
Yeah. So your responsibility remains for you to engage with the community, isn't it?
And we did.
Yeah. And you didn't receive any replies.
I actually got a reply from Goodness Community Centre saying thank you for
one reply. Yeah.
One reply. We spoke with Neil at the Western Community Centre, who's the manager there. He was pretty happy to talk to us and he said he didn't have issues with the bottle store that previously operated there, other than that he wished that the owners did talk to them, engage with them.
Okay.
I called Fraser High School. I left a message for the principal, Virginia Crawford,
offering to come see her, have a sit down, or even talk to her over the phone in regards to what her concerns were. The message was received and not responded to again. Same thing, Māori Women's Welfare League, Jamie Toko, I had a good 20-minute conversation with her. She, at the beginning, was opposed to the application, but when I mentioned to her that more than just the application itself, we want to get involved with the community and how we could do that, then she became a little bit more receptive.
Okay. And you would have heard the statement by the representative of health saying, well, why didn't you hold a community hui? So why didn't you hold a community hui?
We think it would have been best if we had Councillor Tauriki, as he's a member of the community, to help us in arranging it, because we would like the agencies to be there as well. So for us to pull that together would be very difficult without having outside help.
Okay, so that's your position. It was too difficult for you to organise a community hui, say at Western Community Centre, because Councillor Tauriki was so important to that it would have failed. You didn't have the skills to call a community hui and invite everyone you communicated with. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think we don't have the skills, we just didn't have the right contacts.
Well, you seem to have contacted
Many
all the key
communities.
stakeholders by email.
Correct.
Well, isn't it simple just to put a little flyer together, email that out to all of those stakeholders and say, please come along to the Western Community Centre. We're holding a community hui about this application.
But when we've already received no response from all these stakeholders saying, well, nothing, or saying that they're opposed, we don't know if they would really come to this community hui, would they? So we would have to engage someone like the councillor to help us engage with these groups, as they were already unwilling to engage with us.
Well, you didn't put together the community hui, you didn't invite them, so you don't know whether they would have come or not, do you?
Correct.
That's all my questions, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hewison. Mr. Hooper?
There are some general questions around your store's relationships with other high schools, and really continuing on with Sergeant Kernan's questions around how close Fraser High School is. With your Heavy Terrace store, are there any high schools nearby that store?
I would say not in the general vicinity, maybe a K away.
Okay,
I think it's about Fairfield High. And then if we go down towards Peach Grove, then you're Hamilton Boys High and St. Paul's as well, which is, I don't know if it's on Peach Grove, but it's by the body of it and whatnot.
If I said Fairfield High was about 1.5 Ks away, would you accept that?
I would say so, yeah.
And that's down, you go down Clarkin Road and Heavy Terrace down to your store, the main roads to get there from the school, right?
Yeah.
And for Beta Street, are there any high schools nearby that one, to your knowledge?
I remember the old Melville High was there, so that is across the road.
That's now by Mangasato School, right?
Yeah, that would change that.
And that's down a Harper Road, Saho 3.
Correct.
You know, is it Normandy?
Yeah, across Normandy. Yeah.
So the big main roads to walk down. So, do you think it's common for students to walk down those main roads to get to, or cross Saho 3 to get to your stores?
Well, it shouldn't be common for any students to walk to our stores because we don't serving them and they're not 18. If they're walking across to the block of shops, it might be main for them if they live in the area, yes.
So what measures do you take in those stores to avoid selling to school students?
Well, simple as if they're in uniform, no entry. That's a new policy that we've just implemented. Obviously, they get ID'd as soon as they walk in. If they're not in uniform and they're under 18, they're out. If they're over 18, they're free to buy.
Do you know if the schools have uniforms?
Which ones?
Fairfield, for example,
Yes, I think Fairfield does.
and Mangatukuru. Do you know if that has a uniform?
I know Melville High School used to have a uniform. I don't know if Mangatukuru, sorry, has one.
What about students who aren't in uniform? How would you know if they were school students or not?
If they're trying to enter the premises or if they're just walking by,
Trying to enter the premises, trying to buy alcohol.
they would
for
get
example.
ID'd straight away.
ID'd straight away. Great. Okay. So going back to the questions you asked by Sergeant Kernahan, the Fraser High School is quite a lot closer than those schools, right? I think in your application said it's a kilometre away.
I think it's less than.
That'd be the closest way if we went like by road, right? Like
By
around the-
road, now if they cut across the field, it's probably closer.
Would you accept that high school students are probably more likely to walk where they're going rather than driving?
Depending on.
Would you accept it's pretty easy to get to those shops, like that shopping centre, just by cutting across
Yes.
Elliot Park? And your proposed stores about 200 metres, isn't it, from Elliot Park on the road?
Between, yeah.
And skate park is there as well. So I guess we're interested in whether you're intending to sell alcohol to students of Fraser High School, and what measures you propose to put in place to I guess, minimize or put that risk to one side.
I need more clarity on the question. Are these students under 18, over 18, which one? Because we can't, legally, we can only ask for 3 forms of ID. We can't ask them for student ID on top of that. If they, what are we going to say at that stage? Give us your driver's license, give us your ID and your school ID.
Did you not ask for school IDs?
We could, but it's not a legal form of ID.
They weren't provided.
And whether or not they provide it, it's their choice.
So
And then it becomes an honor system.
So if they're 18,
If they're 18,
it's okay to sell to Fraser High School students.
if they're 18 and above, legally we're allowed to sell to them.
Do you have any way of identifying Fraser High School students? Like, is there any way to know if they're from Fraser High apart from asking for their student ID?
If we operate in the store, sorry, if we operate in the community, this will start to recognize faces. But without operating in the community, it would be very hard to identify a student that's not in uniform.
And I've only seen evidence that you are proposing not to sell alcohol to students wearing Fraser High School uniforms. Is that right?
Not Fraser High School, any school uniform.
Any school uniforms, okay. How are you proposing to enforce that with your staff?
If they see a school uniform, no entry.
Is there training with that?
There is.
Include your training materials in your application?
There was a new policy we implemented. I don't know if it's in the evidence, but it's been implemented.
And how long has that been in force for?
We recently had an issue where one of the staff spoke to a girl that was in school uniform and she was over 18. She had her ID, she was ID'd. When I heard about this, the staff got reprimanded. We put in a policy, we logged it in the incident book, and we told our lawyers straight away that this happened and we don't want this happening going forward. And we shot out an email to all the stores that Friday evening, and then Trub went out on that Monday and trained everyone as to the new policy.
How long was that incident?
About, I want to say last week.
Last week.
Before that, we haven't had that incident happen.
Do you have any way of identifying whether someone's buying alcohol on someone else's behalf? For example, if someone's coming to buy alcohol for a student or?
Now, if we see them outside the store via the cameras and we can safely identify that this person is buying on behalf of someone that is under the legal age, yes, but we cannot guarantee it if someone sent their cousin out. That's very hard.
Do you plan to sell alcohol at times when there are lots of students around, like walking home from school?
Yes.
Do you consider closing a store over that time to minimize the risk of selling to school students?
If you can give me hours, we could possibly consider it, because school students, as you know, will hang around the mall all day long, given the opportunity. So at what point do we say, when school starts, the hour before and after, which we're not open? Because again, licensing hours, we're not open till 10 or 11, depending on. Now, if we say in the evening, when school gets out at 3 or 2:30, do we close it down for an hour at that time, or do you say 2 hours?
Would you consider closing 2:30 to 4:30 in that window?
Potentially.
In the school's objection, it says that they also use Elliott Park for school-related activities.
Correct.
So things like, I don't know, Saturdays and lots of sports and things happening. Would you consider closing a store for a window to avoid the risk of selling while students are around?
Well, we can't avoid the risk of selling to when students are around, because students are around all day long, right? So if a parent has gone to a sports event and after the sports event wants to come in and buy alcohol, and that parent's of legal age, not intoxicated, right? And the students aren't coming inside with them, we should be able to sell to them or them.
Okay, so you feel it's appropriate to sell and market alcohol while there are sport events around?
We don't market alcohol at that location, we won't be. Selling to
There's alcohol on sale.
Alcohol on sale if an adult or someone over the legal age wants to come in and buy it, yes. Whether or not that person decides to buy the alcohol and walk across the park, that is out of our hands. If they get in their car and go home, we can't entirely dictate people's actions, right? This is where it becomes difficult for us as licensees. We can do the best of our ability to minimize it, but what people do as soon as they leave the premises is a different story.
I'm finding it difficult to know what Fraser's position is on this, because that actually hasn't been brought up or any evidence given or questions on this, because the questioning from Mr. Hooper is a bit confusing to know, I suppose. That's my concern with this, because
Would it
we're
be-
getting to the point of we're not selling if there's ever a minor.
Would
around.
it be easier if Mr. Hooper states the position and then asks the question? Would that-
Well, it might make it easier to answer because it's very unclear. We seem to be straying to the area of if there's any, well, it's hard to know, any child around at any time, you should shut the store. I'm not sure if that's the position, but it sounds like that.
Mr. Hooper, I think what might be useful is perhaps just state the position first of Fraser and then ask the question, and that might make things a bit clearer for everyone.
So our position is, or what we're interested in knowing is what in your view is an appropriate way to sell alcohol while the area is in use by school students or by the school very close by. And so I wondered what measures you're willing to put in place to minimize potential risks through that process if you feel it's inappropriate.
It's a hard one to say for us. If the school has a schedule that they can provide of events or dates that they would like us to consider with something that we could potentially look at, but without having something in front of them saying, hey, like we would ask you to close between 2:30 and 3:30 every single day, and then maybe 4:30 to 5:30 when on Saturdays when sporting events are on. Without having that, I can't say like we're committed to something without knowing the specifics of it. If they can provide it, we're happy to take a look. And this is why I reached out to them originally to discuss what do they actually want to see in the new operator.
Thank you. And I just have some further questions or some last questions on the kinds of alcohol that you sell, because school's interested in certain kinds of alcohol being marketed to young people in the way that it might potentially affect young people. For example, things like cheap spirits, Christoph, party shots. Do you intend to sell those things at the store?
Now with party shots, we can say we don't have to sell them. Christoph is one of those things where it's subjective. to us because it's not a high profit earner, so probably not. Now, if you say energy drink like Nitro, we're not going to be selling anything like that. Anything marketed towards, potentially that could be marketed towards kids, we're not going to do that either.
So what you're telling me is you're mindful of the kinds of products?
We know the kinds of products that you're talking about. And like I said, because we're not a super liquor store itself, we have a lot more freedom as to what we want inside the store and what we want to sell. So if there is a product that we find that might become concerning or get marketed targeted for kids, we'll get rid of it.
What are your views on caffeinated RTDs?
Oh, we're trying to get rid of them all. It's not good. We've found that with Nitro already, that it's usually the young crowd that likes them because it gives them that buzz and it's cheap. But we're moving away from all of that.
Can you tell the caffeinated seltzer at your Hippie Terrace store or the?
You got to give me a brand.
Actually, but if it's caffeinated, is your position that it's
That's
probably
gone.
not appropriate?
Yeah.
Do you know what your cheapest deal at the moment is for RTDs?
At which store?
See Hippie Terrace.
Honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It depends and it changes bi-weekly due to specials that are run by the master franchise. So for us, it kind of gets dictated by them. Whereas at Norton, there's no specials.
So you're saying in Norton there will be no specials, no reductions?
No reductions. That's whatever RRP that comes from the manufacturer, because again, we're not held to core ranging products.
And the last question is, do you plan to sell nicotine products or vapes or anything in the store?
Now, it's something we'll look at this stage because we don't know what we're going to do with the store yet.
Would you accept it's probably inappropriate to sell vapes at a liquor store?
Well, it's already been restricted by the government as to what sort of vapes we are allowed to sell, correct? We're not allowed to sell flavors. We have 3 flavors, which is normal, menthol, mint.
Apart from what the government says you can or can't do, do you feel it's appropriate or not to sell vapes?
It's a restricted premises, so wouldn't it be the best premises to be selling any sort of things? Sorry, supervised.
Do you accept that vapes are quite, I guess, palatable, marketed to young people?
Yes, they have been.
And they attract young people to the store, potentially, to sell them?
Well, they won't be allowed inside if they're not 18. So even if it attracts a minor to the store, the minor won't be served in any way.
Will they be checked for ID if they're buying vapes?
Yes, they'll be checked for ID as soon as they walk into the premises if they look under 25, regardless of what they can buy for.
So it's not at the checkout, it's when they walk.
When they walk, correct. And the checkout by the door, so as soon as someone walks in, first thing they get asked for is ID. It's a hello, how are you? Can I see your ID, please?
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Mr. Butler, are you ready to ask questions?
As ready as I'll ever be.
All right.
Hi, on page 10, and the first one, all the businesses that you got to sign the letter in Norton Mall, yeah. How did they get the letter?
Probably went out in person, talked to all the businesses.
I have been around to see some of the people. 2 of them said that they felt they had to sign it and they didn't understand it.
Are you planning on calling any of those people, Mr. Butler?
No, I told them I wouldn't name them because they said as long as I didn't identify them.
Okay. We'll probably need to move on.
Can't do it. Can't do it then?
No.
Okay. These other letters that I'm sorry, I didn't read them on the weekend, but you got here under C, from all these people. Did every one of those people who signed it, did they read those letters?
Those were the general concerns that then we typed up and then they signed.
Yes. How did you deliver them to them again and ask them to sign them, or?
No, I probably went out and talked to these people.
So-
and then those people talked to other people that they knew in the community and then asked them their views. Because we can't door knock. This is the other thing. We're not allowed to go door knocking on every door on the street to ask them their views. We just did what we thought we could potentially do.
Yeah, I agree with you. People come around, real estate agents come around and knock on every bloody door. Fair enough. Okay. What's the minimum staffing levels going to be there? How many people are going to be in the store?
Now, what do you mean by how many people in the store working at a time or
Yes.
in general?
Working at a time.
I would say from early morning, from opening till about 2 or 3, there'll be one, and then in the evenings there'll be between 2 to 3 people.
Yeah. And at Bader Street and Hippie Terrace, you sell nothing under $6 single sales?
No, you're not.
I was in your Bader Street store last Wednesday, and I can't find a piece of paper down. There was one for $5.99 on the top shelf just outside the door.
Correct, and then when you take it to the counter, it gets rounded up to 6.
What if I pay on EFTPOS, right?
Still gets rounded up to 6.
You sure?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure debit cards will go $5.94, $96, $97.
Mm.
But isn't that under advertising at under $6? Is that false advertising? If you're going to charge them $6, why not put $6 on it?
Because the system will automatically round it up to $6. It's not something we can dictate. So whether or not anything from 96 cents onwards will get rounded up to that $6 mark.
Hey, you've asked the question, but I find it, you're not allowed to sell under $6. Why even put a sign up under $6?
Because at the time of the sale, it would come up to 6.
Advertising. Oh, look, $5.99, I won't buy it. Okay, we've gone there. That's no problem. I really am opposed to remote sales. Aren't you offloading your responsibility to Uber to meet that? And how do you monitor that?
So we don't do remote sales at Super Liquor Beta, and we won't be doing it at Norton either.
I thought it said in here.
No, we won't. Remote sales.
Thank you.
We don't want to offload the responsibility because we've seen in the past that there have been issues with delivery drivers just leaving packages or giving it to the wrong person. And Super Liquor's policy as a whole is that we don't get on the delivery apps. Yeah. Yes, we are allowed to choose a carrier and then use them, which is New Zealand Couriers. But we found that useful during COVID when we weren't allowed to do remote deliveries ourselves or sales. But over time, we've just found that people are using click and collect more often than actual deliveries now.
That's fair. You say in paragraph 4 that that it's an existing shop and therefore the amenity will be held, but the amenity of the place was let down by the previous owner.
Sorry, which paragraph?
This is in statement 1, volume 8.
Sorry, are we in the wrong book?
Could be. I'm not very good at it.
I think you're on this.
Have you got volume 2 in front of you, Mr.?
Yeah, it's confusing, eh? I think
you're talking about the submissions.
Sorry, that's someone else's submission.
Yeah.
That's old.
Your open, I think it's your council's opening submissions,
Oh.
paragraph 4.
The other store did affect the amenity of Norton Mall by the way they operated, and
Correct.
it was closed down. So you really, I look at it as a new store operating. And better get to this. I have found, living in the area for many years, that since the 2 outlets have closed, the whole attitude of the mall is far, far better. I quite often take my grandson down to the park, and it is an incredibly safer, people are more friendly, and I come from a line that we have enough liquor outlets in Hamilton, and the deprivation in the area, the Salvation Army are working really hard to help things. A liquor store is not needed, and that's where I come from. And I'm opposed to it, not because of you. I'm opposed to it because there's plenty of liquor outlets available to the area without any more. And Norton Mall is a lovely area. It has gone down. It has now come back to a very pleasant area. And that's where I oppose it from. I did have other questions, but they've all pretty much been answered by other people. So, there's one question. What do you think is an appropriate amount of alcohol to be consumed each week by a person?
Ooh. Personally, I do about 4 to 5 standard drinks a week. But that's just my tolerance. I know some people are a little bit higher, some are lower, depending on. But I think over a 24-hour period, if someone's really going to be looking at it, I think about 5 standard drinks, maybe across 24 hours. Space it out, you still get your buzz without being absolutely intoxicated or sloshed.
You've reached out to the Salvation Army, but they haven't come back.
Correct.
Do you know that their bridging program is sobriety, no drinks at all? I have trouble with that word.
Correct.
And at a hearing, if a person goes down and gets 1 drink, that knocks them right off the scale and they have to go right back again.
Correct.
To start the program. You're not worried about that? You can't identify those people?
That's why we offered up, like, if you are able to share details of, if people are in the program, right, then why is self-exclusion not mandatory for them? It's the same with pokies or any gambling, like, they have to self-exclude. Lotto did it. I know Lotto for a long time, where if someone was constantly in buying scratchies, we figured out who they were cut off. And NZ Lotto would just cut them off from everything. So the question for us is, yes, we are wanting to do that, but we need the information, and the information can only come from the agency, which is Salvation Army here. If they've got these people going through their centre and they can share it with us, we're more than willing to help them. But
yeah, regrettably, that's personal information, isn't it? And yeah.
But that's where it comes down to, right? Where do you breach someone's privacy for the greater good of what they want to do?
Okay, well, from my side, where the Salvation is doing that, I don't think we need a liquor store within 4 kilometres of that area, and that you come within sign that. That's not law. That's my little old brain here ticking over and thinking that that's a good idea. Because, a lot of people will walk to get alcohol and those who I feel, my personal thing is that people who tend to have these problems have other problems associated with it. So they're usually unemployed or they're not on high-paid jobs. So petrol's a luxury, so they walk to a store to get alcohol. They usually don't drive to a store to get alcohol. So that's why I'd like to see no store in Northern. And yeah, that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. So, Mr. Sonti, are you going to be asking questions for Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Gallagher?
correct. Thank you.
Sure.
So, Morena, first of all, going back to some of the questions that have already been asked, I just wanted some clarification. Firstly, you discussed your POS system rounding up prices such as $5.99, I think you said from $5.96 up to $6. Is that what is your position, that happens for every sale?
It's not a system we control, it's controlled by today's software. So whatever they have from the back end, it should automatically round up to the nearest 10, depending on which side it is on the play.
I believe you said before, but just to be certain, that you believe this happens with FPOS transactions as well?
I think so, yeah.
Would it be your position then, or would you have the understanding that this happens at most stores?
I know between all the businesses, the dairies and the liquor stores, that's kind of what happens. It usually does get rounded up.
I'm quite surprised by that because I've never experienced that. But
what happens is, as soon as a transaction will go through on today's software, if it's $5.99, it hits today, it gets rounded up to $6. straight away, then it comes up with the option of cash, EFTPOS, check, account. So as soon as you go past the verification, then it goes straight to 6, and then that's how people pay.
I'm not 100% sure that you are correct on that. I also just wanted to understand a bit further on why you also answered this a bit before, but why are you still advertising them at $5.99 then?
If it's a super liquor promotion that comes in from the master franchise, we do not have any control over that.
But surely you still have to keep your sales to be under the conditions of your license, do you not? So in this case, not selling under $5.99, I mean, under $6.
Correct, and the sale takes place at the counter.
Mm-hmm. But would it not then be fair to be advertising at the same price that you are required to sell the products at?
So that would be something we would have to change on our licenses to say that no products will be advertised and sold under $6.
Do you think it's socially responsible to be advertising prices that are below the conditions required on your license?
I would say if it's an in-store price that we can dictate, then it's not socially responsible. But if it's a master franchise price that we have no control over, then that comes down to super liquor.
In terms of those franchise pricings, am I correct that you do then have control of the prices in terms of keeping them within the conditions of your license? So if Super Liquor, say, wanted you to sell something for a single for $5, that you would then be able to not sell that product?
Correct. But I think with how licensing is going across the country, I think they are well ahead of the curve and don't even bother trying to advertise below that.
You just
Sorry,
said
not below, sorry, $5.
I see. In terms of the identification of people as they walk into your store, I just wanted to confirm, are you saying that every single person that enters your store will be ID'd, or is it just every single person that looks under 25 will be identified at the door?
Honestly, once we know the customers well enough, and if they're a regular, they will not get ID'd every single time, but usually if they look under 25 and it's a new staff member or other variable, they will get ID'd straight away. Whether or not they're 40, whether or not they're 18, they will get ID'd. Some people appreciate it and they'll laugh it off, others get offended. Even if you repeat ID them 3 times, it just depends. We will always try to ID everyone as they come in, whether it's a group, whether it's someone single.
In terms of the products that you're planning to sell, I believe you haven't given a sort of indication of the types of products. So I just wanted to understand a few more. In terms of cheap wine, bottles of wine, do you have an idea of the lowest price that you would be selling those bottles for?
I think the cheapest wine is $10 for us. We can't compete with supermarkets. They can probably go lower, but I would say probably like 10 would keep it to wine.
Do you think this is particularly socially responsible?
What do you mean?
Selling extremely low price products in that sense?
Wine as a whole varies a lot. Alcohol content in wine, is spread across what, 750 mils, you got maybe 7% up to 8 maybe, depending on the wine, depending a little higher. Sorry, not wine doesn't have 10%, wine's got higher.
Yeah, would it be fair to say maybe, I think generally 12 to 13.5%?
Well, it'd be better if the questions were more specific. We're really just going very broad here.
Yes.
Very difficult to
Can we just
answer.
break it down and make it more specific, please?
Sure. Well, in that case, what about, I don't know, is it the proper term, but I would call it like goon wine, or in 3-litre casks? Are you intending to sell cask wine?
No, we can take that product off. It's hard to say what products we will sell yet. I know we won't do, as Robert said, anything with caffeinated alcoholic beverages. We won't do anything that's high strength beers. Now, if we move on to wines, we'll have to take a look at that as well and see what products could be causing a little bit more harm. Like you said, cask wine potentially, because it is 3 liters and comes cheap, right?
Very cheap, yes. It would probably, yeah, be useful to have some sort of idea of the types of products. Moving forward to the Norton area, you've talked about there being pockets of deprivation. Would you accept that the Norton area is highly deprived and vulnerable?
Yes.
In your application, in terms of the high deprivation and vulnerability, I couldn't see any discussion of this. Would that be correct?
Sorry, in the application.
In the application itself, I believe.
The volume 2, we have the application.
Yes, just the application on the sort of first section of the agenda. There's first the email from your agent. Discusses the applicant, the assessment of the amenity, but nothing on the high deprivation. And then there's the application itself. There's an identification of some sensitive sites at point 31 of the application. But would it be fair to say that this hasn't been discussed?
I'm just looking for it right now. So I think,
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr.
take your
Dunphy,
time.
I'm not sure I'm quite with you on, what was that last paragraph you referred to?
Point 31 of the application, yes, that identified 7 or 8 sensitive sites.
Page 15.
Thank you.
15.
Yeah, it's just the identification of sensitive sites, but that was the only piece I could find. But there was nothing about deprivation or vulnerability of the area or of the community itself.
Does it ask for that?
No, but I just wanted to understand if he thought that that would have been an important point to discuss in the application. And in terms of, the effects it could have and his response to.
But it doesn't ask for that.
No,
It's
but
an
there's,
application form. It doesn't ask for that.
but there's this.
Do you want to
This-
reword your question? Or do you just want to just ask him about this?
Okay, well, and do you think that this is an important consideration?
And the application,
Just in general,
the deprivation.
and the vulnerability, yes.
Yeah.
So this is a Hamilton City Council application form. You might want to ask the licensing inspector about that later.
Well, yes, I do definitely think it's something important. I was more referencing the sort of cover letter from the agent has discussed a number of sort of additional points to give some background, but it didn't sort of refer to that area.
But again, that letter is not required.
Yes, of course.
It's additional information.
I'm happy to move on.
Yes, please.
You would have seen Mr. Kelleher's objection and evidence.
Page.
I don't have the page numbers, unfortunately, sorry. I don't have the copy of part 1. He's
Page 104.
All right. So we are volume 1.
Which volume are you
volume 1, I believe. I don't have a copy.
And you don't have it with you today.
I have it online.
Maybe you could bring it up. It'd be helpful if you could. bring
Yeah.
it to us, to then communicate in the future.
So his brief is on page 100. Sorry, Mr. Sontia, there's a
Yes.
copy in front of you
Yes,
now.
thank you. So at paragraph 9, which is on the third page, he's discussed the skate park. How when Smugglers was operating, the skate park was littered with broken bottles, rubbish, and empty cans. And now that Smugglers is closed, there is
Paragraph 9 doesn't just talk about Smugglers.
no. I'm just referring to some points in it.
Yeah, I know, but when
yeah.
you're doing a question, you put what it actually says.
Sure. So he said, I remember the park littered with broken bottles, rubbish, and empty cans. The lawn mowing contractors would often ride over the bottles, leaving shards of glass in the grass and near the skate park. And ever since the closure of the liquor outlets, which is both the supermarket and Smugglers, now many local kids use the park again, and there's little, if any, rubbish. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, we can't speak to what he saw. So what do you want to agree to?
Well, have you seen, previously when you were in New Zealand, did you see much rubbish at the skate park?
No, I did not.
Okay, and what about more recently, since the closure of Smugglers, have you visited the skate park or that area?
I have.
And have you seen much rubbish?
No.
Do you have concerns that the opening of a new bottle store may lead to an increase in rubbish at these sites? Of alcohol-related rubbish, to be specific?
You mean in the skate park and
In the skate park, yes.
I have concerns, yes, that there might be an increase in rubbish littering in general.
Do you have any strategies that may be able to minimize it? I think you discussed earlier that you can't control what people do once they leave your premises in terms of, yeah.
So we did talk to the chairman of the Norton Mall shopping complex, and we did propose to him, we are happy to hire someone to go out on either a weekly or a bi-weekly basis to go clean up that whole area. And if there is alcohol related rubbish, like we're more than happy to forward them to go a little bit further, but it gets tricky, like how much further are we going from the premises? 100 meters, 500, a kilometer, like, so for us, the best we can do is, yes, the general vicinity and the mall, and potentially look at doing the park as well. But that is if I'm not mistaken, isn't a alcohol ban zone, so people can come in from other areas, drink there, leave the rubbish. So it's very hard for us to say like what is and what isn't coming from just one store. But we did propose that to him, and he was very happy with that, happy and receptive with that idea of having a whole nother layer of, well, someone coming in to clean up. So whether it's, we hire someone externally or we get the staff out or I go out, it just will very much so depend.
I think that covers all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair.
Sontia. Ms. Hilditch?
Yes, good morning. What's the best way to address you?
Done.
Dama?
Yes,
That's
thank
great. Please excuse me, everybody. I'm fighting a cold, so I'll cough and sputter. Situation at the moment. Thank you, Darman. I'm a little bit unfamiliar with some of the areas in Hamilton.
Correct.
Perhaps you can help me out. What suburb is Liquor Beta? Is that a suburb?
Beta is a suburb, yes.
Is that the name of the suburb?
Beta is the name of the suburb, yes.
And Heafy Terrace?
Fairfield.
Fairfield.
Heafy Terrace is the main road that the store is on and runs through.
Okay. Are those suburbs near to Norton?
No, that would probably be, gosh, I want to say Norton to Beta Street is probably like 3 to 4 kilometers, and then Norton to Heafy Terrace is probably, again, 5 to 6 kilometers away.
Right. Coming from Auckland, 3 to 4 kilometres to almost next door.
Yeah, and Hamilton is not.
So distinctly different.
Distinct.
You've also, sorry, in terms of location. You've been asked about your manager's certificate when you obtained it, and I believe that's in 2020.
Correct, I applied in 2019 for it, and then I got granted 2020.
And your first store was Heafy Terrace in
Yeah.
Fairfield.
Correct.
Did you operate there as a manager at that bottle store?
I did work that store morning and night.
Did you work at any other bottle stores from 2020 to 2021 until you left New Zealand?
No.
So your sole experience in operating bottle stores as a duty manager has been at that premise, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yes, correct.
No. That premise is a super liquor franchise, franchisees, a part of the super liquor group. So that was the first business you operated. Subsequently, I guess Vader became available, or
Correct.
and you bought that. Both of those premises, as I understand it, were done as purchases of an existing bottle store under a wide super liquor group, and you did that through the temporary authority process.
Correct.
And then applied for a new license.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Obviously, there's been a little bit of toing and froing with the Bader Street premises, and that seems to be ongoing. Norton, on the other hand, again, initially when you looked at it, what attracted that to you?
I used to frequent that area quite a bit when I was living here. That used to be my local. So I knew the store well enough between that and Avalon. The store was always a little bit run down. It wasn't, I felt that it could use a facelift and it could be operated a lot better. It was still a big part of the community. It was the only one other than Applicant that was close by to me. I would never go to Dinsdale to buy my alcohol. I wouldn't go to the Countdown either. I'd just be that liquor store. And then when the store came up, I reached out to the listing agent and trying to find out what's going on with that. And she explained that they were having issues with their license and that there was a potential that might get cancelled due to her repeated breaches was the, I guess, against her license really, was selling to minors and games and whatnot that she did, and her employment issues that she had ongoing as well.
Right. When you looked at the store, did you notice all the, I think they are turnstiles preventing access or preventing ramroads, if you like, surrounding the stores and parts of the Norton Mall? Did you notice those?
No.
Did that give you an impression of what sort of potential problems exist in that location or locality?
Unfortunately, ever since COVID happened, ramraids became a very normal part of life for all businesses. We have all outside our dairies, we have them outside our liquor stores, like they're everywhere nowadays. It's just, unfortunately, in retail, it became, after COVID, very commonplace that cars were getting driven through front doors. And it's happened to us. It's not uncommon. My mother's store, Kingsway, has probably been done, gosh, I want to say 4 to 5 times in the last, since 2011. And then Heafy Terrace has, I think, potentially had one, but again, the bomber stopped the car, nothing happened to the store, and they just drove off.
Okay, so the other two super liquor, Heafy Terrace and Bader also have bars outside of them, do they? I'd like you to just look at paragraph 45 of your brief. So I think it's actually page 61 of the bundle, which got the right bundle too. Here you're talking about the contact with Councillor Tauriki. And you've said that you reached out a further 7 times. How do you establish that number?
I think it's how many times Fabri had probably sent the email to him. Then, yeah, I think it's the email chain and seeing him at the bike hearing as well, and having a quick chat in there.
So that's not something you've personally emailed, is it? I mean, who sent those emails to Councillor Tully?
We drafted it together and then Fabri sent them because he was on the ground. So he was able to, if Councillor Tully had responded, he was able to go out and meet with him.
Right. So in terms of that number, is that something that Fabri's told you?
I think that's just how many times the email chain has gone out to him.
Right, because the emails are attached as this exhibit, for want of a better word, item E on the appendices to your brief.
Page 87. Oh,
And I'm at a bit of a loss because there are a number of pages of emails, but I only get, after the initial inquiry, which was the 8th of December 2023, looking through those emails, I only actually find another one sent from the email address WDL on the February 16th and July 24th. So I'm a bit of a loss to work out how these 7 times come up.
So the super Diamond Gel is just the Super Liquor H, but it's coming from the Super Liquor Store email.
Yes,
So, correct.
yes.
And they're all different dates.
Well, if I look at page 87, we've got July 24th at 10:26. Page
87, sir?
Page 87 on the, of your bundle. The
Correct.
first one under E
Yep, July
is on
24th.
the July 24th.
Correct.
If I look at page 19,
Yep.
it's exactly the same email, July 24th, exactly the same time. I'm not sure why we have
Or the double up somewhere.
a copy of the same email, because what I get from your bundle of, or your appendix E, is there's a communication to Councillor Tauriki on or about the 8th of December. We reply 2 days later, not 2 weeks, as the email is forwarded to another councillor. And then there's only further 2 emails in a 7-month period. That's my understanding of that appendix E. Help me just understand why it is that you're saying there's 7 communications, and why there is such a big gap in the communication.
I know we were sending Councillor Therapy one email probably once a month just to follow up with them. I know there was a few missed months towards like April, May, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it may well be, Mr.
But it looks like we've missed some
Diamond, but it's
emails.
not here before us.
I think the email chain was produced through Councillor Tully as well. This is the double check. Not what we have.
I don't think you produced
I think we spoke about it. Perhaps you might want to address it at re-examination.
Perhaps I'll be enlightened later.
Sorry about that. It looks like we missed something.
I would, should there be further information on it, I would question, there's certainly a large gap there.
Correct.
Based on this,
Based on this, there is
This-
missing pieces of email.
that there is not much follow-up at the minimum. I'd also like to just ask you, Danny, what is your understanding of what deprivation and vulnerable society, vulnerable community. What does that mean to you?
To me, it means that there is high levels of harm, whether that's domestic violence, whether it's poverty, there is social harm, whether that's graffiti or it's a tough one because when I look at deprivation, I see it as a whole of how much that, yes, from my view, we look at it from our whole perspective because we're in this industry, but it's also the socio-economical, the amount of income coming into a house, the truancy levels that the kids have got, or the amount of abuse that's happening, whether it's substance, violence, or something else. So it takes into account a lot of different factors. So to me, it's like Norton, if I look at it, yes, there is levels of poverty there is levels of harm that I've not seen in terms of domestic harm or anything like that firsthand. But yes, we've all heard about it. We've seen the evidence from the Salvation Army and Te Koha Health and what they're dealing with. So there is, the deprivation there is high.
You've mentioned that you're not necessarily sure what particular products in terms of alcohol products. You asked about cask wine, that could be available to sell, and you weren't really sure because you don't quite know what the store or the community could sell. Is that correct? Is that what you mean?
No, I was saying that's something that we consider because we haven't evaluated what products we would potentially look at putting in the store yet. Usually when we go into a store, if it's operating, we have a list of, this is what they've been selling, you look at what their figures are, and we go through and find out the ones that we don't want to sell. But this store being shut down, we don't have access to any of that information. So for us, it's going to be, okay, we have our general spirits, we have the beer ranges that we do, and then we'll tweak our product ranging as we go along.
Right.
To figure out what works and what we don't want to sell.
Right.
So as Mr. Hooper over here said, caffeinated beverages that contain alcohol, well, for us, we don't really want to do that because we know how it affects, and it's mostly targeted towards kids or people that are 18 plus, really. It's always the younger crowd that wants like nitros and things like that. Cask wine, same thing. It's, yes, you get a high literage of alcohol for a cheaper amount. So it's something that we will probably remove as well, just to try minimize the damage or harm that might potentially come from the production of these products.
So I understand that. You've also said though that you didn't think there was much difference in terms of the community surrounding your other stores. So if you know what you sell at those stores, surely you would know what you could expect to sell at this Norton store.
The clientele in the communities differs a little bit. The communities as a whole do not. Yes, we sell cask wine at the Heapy store, but that's again clientele there. Some people that have been drinking it for a long time, they just like that wine and they just want to drink it. They don't really want to get off it. Nitro we removed. We had issues when we first started taking it out of our stores, people that had been drinking it for a long time, they would still come and asking for it. Again, we took that out. Same thing with Norton. We're going to do put products in. Like if Nitro is not going to go in as we've seen at the other stores, it doesn't work for us. There's no need for it. Cask wine works at Heapy. It might work in Norton, it might not. But now that they've mentioned it, that is high literage and cheap, we'll probably just take it out.
Very particular. Can be very particular. Is that what you're saying?
We can be very, very particular now.
I'd just like to come back to the points that were raised with pricing. As a franchisee, are you able to sell products in excess of what the franchisor has asked you to sell them for?
Advertised pricing, the super liquor runs, we cannot go beyond that. So if there's a super liquor special running for the super liquor stores, we cannot go beyond that. We have to run the promotion that's being advertised.
Yes. But
base pricing we can play with and move it up and down as we are free to.
right.
But with Norton, as it's not a franchise store, we're not held to any of those standards.
I'm not asking about Norton.
Correct.
at the moment. I'm just asking in the relationship franchisee to a franchisor.
Yeah.
If the stock standard price of something is $5.99, but you are conditioned to sell for $6, you are in a position to sell it for $6, right? Just as an example.
Yeah.
So regardless of what the franchisors would, so that is entirely in your hands to take control of that, isn't it? Other than if the product was especially by the franchisor, is that correct?
Correct. Sorry, do you just want to take a bathroom break? Yes, you have been questioned quite a bit. Should we have a 5-minute break? Is that all right, everyone? 5-minute break.
So sorry about that.
All right, so just before we resume, can I just ask everyone, when we are turning pages of the documents, just make sure that we finish turning the pages first and then we'll ask the questions, because the mics are picking up the page, you know, when we're turning pages and then it's not picking up people talking. So it's really important that when we go to the page, we'll stop there and then we'll then ask the questions. All right, thanks everyone. Mr. Singh, are you ready? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hilditch.
Just before the break, we were talking about franchise to relationship, and I have it that where a product is subject to standard pricing, the franchisee can make that price higher.
Correct.
Than what the franchisor stipulates.
Yes.
So your current license for Bader Street has a condition that single sales of alcohol products at less than $6 per unit are prohibited.
Correct.
Yet you have advertised those products. You have advertised products at less than $6, being the $5.99. And I think your earlier statement was that you had no control over that because that was the franchisor's right.
Correct. This on advertised pricing.
Oh.
Yeah.
But as a franchisee, you're able to sell it for higher and therefore advertise it higher as to adhere to your license condition. That's correct.
Correct.
Where there are conflict between a license condition as a franchisee and conditions or pricing imposed by your franchisor, how do you communicate that? Do you discuss, or are you able to?
We would discuss with our franchise manager, and then he would relay that on to head office. And then they would make a decision as to how they can change our pricing for an individual store versus the whole group.
Did you notify the franchisor of this particular condition in respect to your license in Bader Street?
Yet they would have, because our license would have been sent to them. So they would have had this sent out to them first.
Did they acknowledge that? And was there any further communication after that was submitted?
They would have acknowledged receipt, and then Cam, who's our franchise manager, comes in on a quarterly compliance visit to make sure that we are adhering to our license conditions.
Well, if he's having quarterly, so 4 times a year, 3 times a year?
4 times a year. And then he would stop in whenever he's on action.
Yet that clearly hadn't been drawn to his attention.
Correct, that's been missed by him.
So it's been missed out.
I don't know if it's been missed out. We thought we were complying, and we are clearly not.
I want to move on to the areas of your licensing hours or proposed hours of operation for Norton Liquor. I'm a little bit, there's a bit of variance between the application and what the current hours will be. Can you tell me what hours you intend to operate Norton Liquor?
We would want to do it to the same as Bader, which is 10 to 9.
10 a.m. to 9
Okay.
9 p.m. And that is 6 days a week, 7 days a week?
It varies. Usually Monday we'll do 11 to 8. Then on Tuesdays we're at 10 to 9. Wednesday we're at 10 to 9. Friday's 10 to 9, and then so is Saturday.
So going on the model of Bader Street, those are the likely operating hours, but you could still be licensed from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. regardless. You could open later or close.
We can play with the hours as needed.
Particular days.
but we never go beyond that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Donald.
Thank you, Ms. Hurwitz. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, hi, Mr. Singh. I've got quite a few questions for you. Could we start on page 54 and item 5? And particularly the issue with the statement that there has been no compliance issue since you've been operating Davis Street.
Yes.
And then if you quickly look at item number 73 on page 65, I just want to get my head around the situation where Ashley was in a position where she in fact hadn't applied to the Hamilton City Council, or that's your evidence? She had, you were under the impression she had applied to the Hamilton City Council where she had in fact applied to another jurisdiction.
Correct.
Tell me about your onboarding of staff.
Usually our onboarding is handled by Prabjeet. He oversees staff training and everything to do with that. I had brought Ashley on, and
So sorry, just on that. So what happens? Does a responsible staff member sit down with the new person and say, could you just show me all your certificates and what process?
correct. Usually it's they'll go through references, they'll go through their duty managers, make sure that everything's up to date with it. Then they'll get onboarded with our staff and how we expect them to operate.
So in light of the fact that this staff member was having the role, an important role, and hadn't applied to the right jurisdiction, was that not your obligation to verify?
In hindsight, it was. We just never had an issue prior to this, and until it happened, we were unaware.
But you've said earlier on that you do have a process, that you sit down and you check the CVs, you check that.
Correct. This was implemented after the whole Ashley toll charge, yes.
Right.
We had to put a system in place after we found out as to what happened, and we worked with the licensing inspector at the time to rectify it.
But was her having applied a crucial component of her role? Was her having made an application for the manager's certificate, was that not a crucial component of the job that she was going to take responsibility for?
Correct. And we asked, she verified, but we didn't see anything in writing as to where it went.
So just explore that further. So you asked and you verified. What did you verify?
We asked her if she had applied for her duty manager's license, as the old one has expired. She said yes, she has. And then she said that she received an email response confirming receipt that her application was launched.
And so is her verification to you in writing or verbally?
Verbal, and I think I had. That was verbal, and then I followed up with her several times in writing as to what was happening with the application as it, and she responded that it's still in the works every single time, and that they are working or it's still pending.
And what learnings have you taken from that process?
Always double check with the licensing inspector if the application has actually been launched with the correct jurisdiction, and to make sure that the managers are active, and we can't go beyond into background checks and stuff like that. So the best we can do is checking with inspectors to make sure that it's following the due process.
Did you ask whether she had applied for a Hamilton license?
No, I did not ask if she had applied for a Hamilton license. She had a Waikato council license at the time, which was expired from memory.
So in the interview, did you do the interview?
I spoke with her, yes.
So you did the interview? All right, and so you're the interviewer, you're the overall licensee?
Yeah.
And you didn't ask whether or not the, her application was to the Hamilton City Council?
At the time of when I spoke with her, she said she was applying or in the process of applying for her license, but she needed a letter of employment or support to actually get the license to be submitted. And I offered that to her. And the application, sorry, and the letter of support I had written that she would be employed at 11 Baker Street operating a super liquidator.
And sorry, did you issued that letter, did you?
I issued the letter to her, correct.
And it was your understanding that letter was submitted
Correct.
with her application? But you were not aware that she was in fact applying to the wrong jurisdiction?
I was not aware, no. I think she lived in Narrawai at the time, and she might have applied to the local council that she lived in.
What is the current license that you hold for Baker Street?
We have an off license.
Right, so it's not a temporary license.
No, it's not.
Right, so, and when does that expire?
Ooh, I want to say February of 25.
Okay, thank you. If I turn if we could turn to page 56. Your evidence has been that you've yet to turn your mind to finally what array of products you'll sell at this particular store.
We have a general idea of products that we will be selling at the store, which are stock standard. We'll have certain whiskeys that go well, certain gins, vodka, spirits, RTDs. Individually, we haven't gone that in depth into categories as to what we will go from there.
Why?
As we don't know the community to that degree as to what their likes and dislikes will be, which products will sell. That would be trial and error, but going off what we've learned at other stores is certain products that just do not do well. Like high-end spirits might work in one location, but not work in another, whereas RTDs might work in one and not work in another. We just don't know yet to that degree.
And you acknowledge that there's a high deprivation level.
Yes.
Do you not think it's important that when you consider opening a store, that a critical component of that analysis in a high deprivation level, that there's a requirement to turn your mind to the array of products that you were going to sell in that particular community?
Yes, there is. And as we did with Baker Street, we imported our list from EasyChairs of products, and then we started going through it and shifting out products. And now we have a very good list of data that would get imported to Norton, and then we would start going through that again. It's tweaking that list.
Right. But you haven't submitted a list, you haven't shown any evidence in your application that you've turned your mind to a series of products that would be appropriate.
We haven't submitted a list of products. We have the general inventory list from Baker Street that would get imported to Norton, which hasn't been submitted with this. But from there, and that's already been tweaked to Baker locality there. And we would same thing, import it to Norton and tweak it out to the locality here. usually we would get the list from the previous owner if the store is operating, and we can tweak it from their system. So since we don't have access to that, we have to import one from Bader Street and tweak it out.
I can understand that would be simple to do. I'm just asking you as the licensee and the applicant, whether you as an organisation have said, okay, so this is a unique part of Hamilton that we're launching our business in. It has a high deprivation level. As an organisation, let us think what could be appropriate as a list of products. And you're saying, no, I haven't done that yet. I'm thinking of taking some from other stores and then we'll tweak it. That's your evidence.
We've had discussions about the products. There's not a list that we have going as to which products will be raised.
Thank you. On page 56, you've certainly expressed steps, or you've offered up things that you wouldn't do, right? Or areas that, or clients that you won't serve, etc. You've not mentioned, I think earlier on you may have mentioned selling vape products.
Correct.
You haven't determined on this, so are you saying you will or you won't sell vape products?
At Heathy Terrace, we sell vape products, and it's not a big range. We sell the 3 that's allowed. Vader, we don't. And at Norton, we haven't, gosh, I want to say we won't. We have discussed it when we haven't, but knowing after speaking and listening to everyone here, we probably won't. And I'm just going to go on the back that Mr. Hopper said that kids going by and it entices them, and it's, you know, bringing it front and center to them probably isn't a good idea. So we probably won't sell vaping products or nicotine products.
Can I ask you another general question, Jim? As a licensee, do you believe it is important to have a different series of product available in areas of high or low deprivation?
Products should be tweaked, and lists should all be very much so concentrated to that area. And we can only do that once we get in there and figure out what we need to do really. And that comes from seeing how sales are trending and how customers, what their demands are. And then we can go from there.
So what the trends are, what the market demand is, that's what I mean. What about what's best practice for an area of high deprivation?
I mean, best practice, that would come from looking at what the other stores are doing around us and following probably what they're doing. And that's probably our closest store would be Blackpool, Avalon, and seeing what sort of core ranging they have going, what sort of products they're stocking, and maybe trying to mirror their inventory to make sure it's a uniform throughout the whole community and not one store having an edge over the other or one store doing something that the other can't. So making it more of a blanket for everyone.
Can I now turn to page 57 and item 18? You assert that there is simply a commercial lease agreement between Ashaya Ventures and yourself. Yes. Well, your incorporated entity.
Yes.
Have you submitted into evidence the lease agreement?
I don't think it's been submitted into evidence. I sent it on to the lawyers and it was provided to them, but I don't think it was submitted with the evidence. I'm happy to provide it. It's not been submitted, but I'm more than happy to provide the lease agreement. The lease has been active since December last year. And then there is a clause as well, which is that if a license is issued, that all the chattels in the business will then get transferred over to us at one point. That's the extent of what we would pay her. But other than that, we're just a landlord-tenant relationship.
And does the current agreement enable a period of staggered rent where
No.
you're paying a lesser amount before you get your license?
I've been paying full amounts since December 28, 2003.
And so just for confirmation, you're happy to
I'm happy to
us
provide.
have a look through.
I can provide the lease agreement and bank statements showing all rent paid out to Archie Ventures.
Excellent, thank you. Can we now just quickly go on to page number 5 and undertakings? And I'm particularly interested.
Sorry, which page?
Sorry, page 58. Just a couple of quick questions, if I could. What date did you actually leave New Zealand? I think you said it was February 2021.
Correct. I think it was around the 25th.
Yeah.
Of February.
So 25th of February.
21.
And I was on the panel when, yes, and I recall asking you a series of questions about this, and this undertaking was very important. In your earlier evidence, you were going to the US for your child's medical treatment.
Correct.
Okay. And at that stage, when you left, had you a planned time of when you were returning?
No, we did not. At that time, during COVID, we left. We knew that there was a chance we would not get back into the country due to the restrictions. But after being at Starship for over a month and not having any clear answers as to what was going on, we felt that was probably in the best interest for our son's health to go back to California and then start with Stanford over there.
Right. Your son's doing well now?
He's doing well. He's 5 and he's running around.
Right. And at the other end of the time scale, I think your evidence is your wife and children. You've got more than one.
We had 2 and we have 1 on the way.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations. They arrived back on the 5th of October,
Correct.
just a few days ago. Right. So when you gave the undertaking that, and just remind me, what date did you say you were going to be back?
Jan 31st, 2024.
2024.
Yeah. This is at the temporary authority hearing, just to clarify.
Okay, so that's the date that you gave when you were going to come back.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rest of your
Sorry, I need clarification. 20 temporary authority or the off license hearing?
no, the temporary. Because you gave a series of undertakings. I wasn't a part of the substantial hearing. The series of undertakings you gave at the temporary application.
I think at the temporary one, I didn't give a date. I said it was very much so to if my wife could become remote at the time. And then when her position became remote, because she was still working for Apple at the time, and her position did not allow her to be out of the country. And then at the
could I refer you to page 58, your 29?
Correct.
I think your evidence there is at the time of the hearing, our intention was to be home by May 2023.
And that's when she was pregnant and her doctors advised her not to travel. Sorry, May 23rd, no. That's when we just had the baby. Our baby was born February 2nd, 23. So the baby was too young to travel, and because she hadn't had her full immunization shots, her pediatrician said that we couldn't travel before then.
So it was about the children, not about the employment.
No, that was that was our daughters not being old enough to have immunization the first round, essentially, and not being able to travel.
Okay. A lot of your evidence, you talk about the difficulty finding a house to purchase, and that was just so the question is, was the barrier to return an issue that you couldn't find a house to purchase?
Purchase or rent.
Right.
My first cousins were over from India, so my mother's house was full and there was no space for us. And so we were actively looking for homes to either rent or buy or something in order to return to New Zealand as soon as we could.
But you're not saying that you could have kept or lived up to your undertaking if you had returned, if you yourself, because you're the one who issued the undertaking.
Correct.
So you're accepting that if you had returned, and could have you moved in with your mum? Not your whole family?
No, I could have, but I would be then separating from my family unit, which without any help would be unfair to my wife, as she's working full time and then having to manage a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old at the same time.
Mr. Singh, when you gave the undertaking to the hearing that you were going to be back in a certain time frame, you didn't make it condition on a whole series of things. You just gave that undertaking. Is that?
I went through my transcript and for that hearing, and I had said if we are able to secure a property, and I know in the undertaking it was said just if we would be returning by that date. We got missed out.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
So in the hearing, it was discussed, and I had said that if we are able to secure a property or a house to move back to,
right?
And then the undertaking part, it was my mistake. I had left it out,
right?
And because we were actively looking at the time, and we were fairly confident that we would be able to get a house for all of us to move into.
But you're agreeing that when you gave the undertaking, and that there wasn't you didn't specify subject to us getting property.
I did not.
You did not. So it is fair to say that the DLC committee on that day was under the impression, and that you gave an undertaking that you would be back within the time frame you gave.
Correct.
Could I ask you to turn to page 9, please?
Sorry, what's page number?
So I keep looking at the top, my apologies. It's page 62. Did you run a community hui for Beta Street?
No, we did not. I'll let you ask a question.
And on 52 all the way down, there's an assertion that others should have organised community engagement.
For Norton or Beta Street?
For Norton.
Norton.
In my mind, when turning my mind to suitability, I look at the licenses you hold. Right? And you have referred in your own evidence that you hold a couple of other licenses. And so I need to look at those and see if that suitability has been shown. Right? And so that's why I often refer to your other licenses. Right? And you've confirmed that you didn't do a community engagement for Beta.
No, we didn't.
Right? And you haven't done a community engagement for Norton.
A community meeting we have not done. Engagement we've reached out to groups.
Right. Excellent. Okay. Why? Why haven't you done a community hearing?
I spoke with Neil at the Western Community Centre, and he said that they had a monthly, it was a monthly meeting where some members of the community, like Neighbourhood Watch and a few others, come up. He said the best practice probably would be to either just come to that and see what they have to say. But we were hoping that we could arrange something with the agencies and councillors through like either Councillor Turkey or Sarah Thompson that have more outreach than us, to get everyone together and then go from there, and that we could then, everyone could participate in something that's a little bit more safer and neutral versus it just turning into something else.
So you're confirming that Neil at Western Community Centre offered you this opportunity?
He said, yeah.
Right. But you felt, sorry, it was an issue of safety, did you say?
I was hoping that we would have all the agencies there to make it more safer and neutral versus it just being us versus, you know, as it turn into these things.
Right. But you're not needing to engage with the agencies. You're wanting to engage with the community, aren't you?
Correct, but agencies are part of that as well.
But you could have invited them.
Could have, yes.
Right. And in hindsight, should have you run a community hearing in your view now?
In hindsight, yes. We were in the process of hiring a community manager that could help us within reaching out to all these groups, someone that's dedicated with outside of our organisation to go out and talk to them and figure out like how we can better integrate with them.
Thank you. Not too many to go. Just a few more. I'm sorry, but it's important. Page 63 under staff systems and training. Again, I'm really wanting to get a better understanding how your systems didn't pick up that Ashley hadn't applied for the duty managers or the manager's certificate. Could you point to me anywhere in your systems where it was in writing that your staff was supposed to check that the applicant had the certificate or had applied for the right place?
Prabji can probably speak better to that now, since he's overseeing all of that. At the time of Ashley's appointment, I did not go through that process. I spoke with her, she came with good references, and then after the general conversations with her, felt like she would be a good fit, and then we proceeded on with it from that point.
Could you send us any evidence that it's now in writing?
Yes.
That you've got this process?
Yes.
Page 11. Sorry, I've done it again. Page 64. Clause 65. What is your company's policy when there is a single staff member for their breaks?
Close the door, put up the sign, take your break.
So what do you do as the owner of the organisation to make sure staff are taking their break?
We have a, the word eludes me. We have a staff timetable, and then that's where they log their breaks, they log how many hours they work, to make sure that everything's run correctly, and then Prabji will go in and make sure everyone's done correctly, sign off on it.
So in hindsight, if I refer to you clause 65, you use the word if for any reason there is only one person working, then that person would have permission. So are you saying that if they choose not to take the break, that's okay too?
The legal breaks they have to take.
Right, so it's not a function of you giving them
happily go in, and we can both go in together and we can fix it together.
All right, I'll just pause for a second. Ms. Phillips, do we need to pause proceedings or is it still recording?
Yes, it's back online now, sorry.
Okay, but is it recording?
Yes.
All right, thank
I've been
you.
recording right throughout anyway.
Right, thank you. Well, look, we'll leave it for Ms. Rawcliffe to re-examine you on that. And we'll discuss it later after the lunch break. But my colleagues have asked a lot of questions of you today. We're nearly there, okay? They're really, obviously they're hard questions, and it's really important to us to get a better understanding of the situation, and so we can assess whether you are suitable to operate Norton Liquor in this area. So, looking back at some of the letters that were sent out back in January of this year, it references smugglers, Norton.
Correct.
Okay, and that was because at the time you thought that you were taking over smugglers.
Yeah, at the time of the TA application, we thought we would be coming in, taking it over and rebranding.
Yeah, and then I think it's in your web at some point in February of this year, you then signed an agreement to lease because
December last year.
Oh, sorry, and then because of what was it? Did it
Not
an agreement to lease
the store.
Yes. Okay. But was it earlier this year in February or January that you thought, okay, well, we're actually not going to be taking over smugglers. We'll be setting up a new bottle store?
We knew we weren't going to be taking over smugglers as soon as that appeal failed. So that's when because at that point we weren't in a lease agreement with smugglers. Once the appeal failed, then we entered into a lease agreement because we need the lease agreement in order to apply for a license.
Right. So would it be fair to say, because I've seen the letters that was provided and it was dated in January of this year. So would it be fair to say that at that point in time, you thought that you were still taking over smugglers? So for example, you might want to go to page 119 in the bundle. Right, so 119.
Correct.
So there's a date, 19 January 2024. Yep. Community engagement and feedback for smugglers Norton.
Right.
So there's a few of those copies that we've seen in the bundle. Is that right? So was it at that time you thought that you were taking over smugglers?
No, we knew we weren't going to take over smugglers Norton. We were just referencing it as the old business that was operating. But we were undecided because we thought we would be bringing it under the Super Liquor banner, but we didn't have confirmation from Super Liquor at that point.
Right.
But we had referenced it just to say the old smugglers Norton regarding that.
Okay, because when I'm looking at these letters, it doesn't say the old smugglers Norton. It just says community engagement and feedback for smugglers Norton. And then paragraph 2, in an effort to maintain, or 3, in an effort to maintain the highest standards in operating my business, I am dedicated to actively seeking feedback from the local community regarding smugglers Norton.
Correct.
So doesn't that give the impression that,
Sorry, that was written wrong. We were trying to get back general ideas, not general ideas, but general feedback as to what issues people had seen with the previous operators of Smugglers Norton, and seeing what they felt the business, how it was run, what could be improved, and if they had any issues, or if they could tell us like their own personal experiences as to how they could improve it.
Okay, so who drafted this letter?
Prabjit and I drafted it together.
Okay, and you've just explained to us a different way of explaining it, and how come that's not in the letter?
Yeah, we had drafted this together at the time, and I thought from my perspective that's how I read it, but I can see how it looks from the other perspective.
Okay. Well, at an earlier stage, then you thought that you were taking over smugglers, right? At some point, because you did apply for a temporary authority. What attracted you to smugglers?
I've known the business for a while. I had seen the financials, seeing that it was operating on a good basis. It was a center where it wasn't isolated. So To me, it was more about, okay, this is a pre-existing business. Yes, the operators had a lot of issues. And I felt we could get in there, change how the store operated and actually be a beneficial part versus being how they were operating the store.
And were you still planning on using the smugglers, so it was going to be rebranded, is that right?
We had processed the application and submitted to Super Liquor to get it brought under the Super Liquor banner. Because we're not able to go purchase a store outright. It has to get vetted by Super Liquor to make sure it's not infringing on other franchises nearby or doing anything like that.
And now we've heard evidence that you're not getting the Super Liquor franchise on board. So what changed from that time to and now?
So the Super Liquor franchise decided not to make this a branded store because they felt that Super Liquor Dinster, which is over 2.4 k's away, the franchisee felt there that it was inside their catchment area of customer base. So the franchise itself did not want to obviously step on their toes and has to keep everyone happy in that regard. So they looked at it, they did a commercial assessment. They found that no, the catchment wasn't overlapping, but still they decided to just back that franchisee for now.
Well, can you just explain to us, if you had have taken over Smugglers, can you just list us what sort of changes were you planning on implementing?
First thing, we would be completely redoing the staff trainings. We were probably looking at removing all the staff and then putting them through and seeing if we would want to rehire anyone. We would be rebranding the store. We would be looking at their whole product list to see what was selling. Then we would be reaching out to the community center and other sensitive sites to see what issues they had, whether it was littering, disorderly behavior, and see if we could help rectify any of them, if it was related to the store or if there was any correlation between what people saw and how the store traded. Like I know Mr. Callaghan said that he was cornered in the chiller. So we would be looking at adding either more cameras and making sure that there were eyes inside the store to make sure that never happened again. So we were really looking at overall how the store operated in the past and how we operate and how we can bring those sort of, how we could bring those sort of values from the other stores across to Norton and help alleviate what the store does to the community in a way.
Okay. Well, when you say help alleviate, the concerns, essentially that's what you're trying to say, right? So you obviously have an understanding that Norton is a particularly vulnerable area. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have experience working in vulnerable areas like Beta and I think Hefe Terrace. So in relation to the Norton area, can you just describe in detail your understanding of the specific vulnerable concerns?
I think the biggest concerns that I've heard over the hearings and prior to this hearing as well is that the level of poverty in Norton, the level of begging and disorder outside the community, people feeling unsafe walking to the community centre, that there is incidents of school children potentially going in and buying alcohol or loitering around the skate park, causing fights and, making it an unwelcome setting overall for the wider community where they didn't feel like they could just access it without thinking twice. Now, with that, yes, there is some levels of, because I've driven up and down Norton so many times, it's a second nature because I used to live there for so long. Yes, there's homes that are run down that need repair. There's a lot of high density housing going in now. Some of the community centres also, I think it's on Grandview Road that they host the basketball and by the Methodist Church, if I'm not mistaken. They also have, I've seen graffiti in and around that area. I've seen, kids out and about when they should be in school. So it's kind of, to me, and overall, there's a lot of issues that are in Norton, and how we sell alcohol in that area. We want to make sure that we're not adding to it. We want to make sure that we can help reduce it, bring the community good order back up, and make it a safer place. So whether it's, restricting sales during school hours to make sure kids aren't being exposed to it, or reducing trading hours to make the access to alcohol a little bit harder as well.
Okay. So can you just give us some examples, specific examples of how you've addressed those sort of concerns at Beta and Hefe Terrace?
Beta and Hefe Terrace, there's a policy for 3 strikes that if we see someone begging outside, they can come in, they won't get served. Usually we'll give them 2 more chances, where if they're coming in and we see them doing the same behavior again, we'll move them along and then call City Safe and make it known to them that they've been verbally trespassed from the premises. In terms of external advertising, we don't do that at either stores now, to make sure that there's no, other than the brand name, nothing else. We're not serving people that are influenced as well, making sure that they're following the SCAD tool to make it, and really giving a scrutiny as to who's coming in, who's being served at that stage. Like I said, we did have the incident with a staff member when they sold to someone in school uniform, and we found out, we addressed it to make sure that would never happen again.
So with those examples, how have you sort of adapted that to your proposed business plan for the Norton?
We would be looking at doing the same policies. Like the uniform one has been newly implemented. We have the non-begging policy. I know my store manager from Beta Street is in contact with the Melville Community Centre, and he's going out every other week, making sure that their food pantry stock, we're providing them with whatever we can. We're working with Veggie King as well to get them access to fresh fruits and vegetables, because it seems like that's what they're short on. And it's the same thing. We'll look at what sort of product range we're having, and we'll reduce it to make sure that some of the lower cost, high strength products aren't available in that community.
Well, so just in terms of these strategies, have they been successful at Beta and Hefe Terrace?
I would say they have been successful. We've noticed almost complete elimination of people begging us at the stores. We've noticed people are more receptive now to when they get denied service, as they know this isn't just a once-off. They know how we operate. They're happy with how we operate. So the chances of there being some sort of confrontation has essentially been reduced now. Even with reduced store hours, we're obviously finding it's easier on staff. They're feeling a lot safer. People are happier coming in a little bit earlier, making sure that they've got everything figured out. So for us, it's been a learning curve, and that's what we expect with Norton. We have a set group of policies that have worked at other locations that we'll implement, and we'll keep adding to it. And then we just keep adding to the other stores as well.
So if a license was granted, how do you plan on engaging with various community organisations?
We, as we found out, we probably won't be reaching out to Councillor Toriki at this stage. We'll have to set up something, as Dr. Houston has said, to set up some sort of a community hui to see how we can address the concerns of the community members that might come to these hearings.
Right. I mean, you've known for quite some time, though, that Councillor Morkel hasn't really engaged with you because you've set those. So how come you didn't use your own initiative to just do it yourself?
That is why we started reaching out to the individual community groups that operated directly to see if they would be willing to sit down and talk with us. We didn't have the meeting in mind, as we didn't know how to best approach it with getting all the agencies. So what we felt that was the best way was to directly contact the community groups and see if they're happy to talk to us about their concerns, and maybe even come to the other stores, look at how we operate, talk to the other community groups that we've engaged with, and get overall feedback.
So the feedback that we've received, because we've got a number of feedback from various businesses around the area, and they seem to be positive. But have you received any negative feedback from other businesses?
There was, I know Prabji, when he went out and he spoke with the businesses, and one of the main issues was the lady that owned the laundromat. She said that she had issues with kids loitering around the laundromat at all times, and that was for her a concern because it was reducing her business and they were doing damage and graffiti and whatnot. With Joshi, who's the chairperson of the pharmacy, he mentioned that he was finding that people were brewing alcohol at home, and they obviously can't control the alcohol content, there's potential for them to do harm there. But overall, they were pretty positive in the sense of that it will bring more foot traffic to the community centre and increase, I guess, the livelihood or make the community centre more lively. Even Neil at Western Community Centre, I asked him, and we sat down with him and had a good meeting as to if he's had any issues with alcohol or anything related to the store, and he was pretty positive that they haven't seen any alcohol related issues in and around the community centre, but they did wish that there was more of a open conversation with the old owners from that store.
Okay. So when you said that you spoke to Neil at the community centre, when was this?
Oh, gosh. I know Project's gone out to Neil a few times. He probably goes out every couple of months, goes to see them in person. He goes and drops off.
But you said that you sat down with him.
I've sat down with
So
him.
when was that?
That was for like 3-4 months ago.
I recall seeing you at one of the public hearings for another matter. What were you doing there?
Just seeing the applicant, seeing how they were getting along, seeing what they had done, if we could learn anything from them.
Okay. And what did you learn from that?
Am I allowed to say this?
This is for you, for your own benefit. So you were there. You were a member of the public.
I don't want to throw anyone else under the bus, unfortunately. I going to that hearing and listening to what was said and the lack of knowledge around the sale and supply, the lack of engagement that they had done with just speaking with the pharmacy, and I think it was just the bakery next door, not reaching out to any of the community groups. Their staff trainings, they were using staff from other stores, I think potentially, and then I think the lack of clarity around the structure of the company and who was running it. I think for me, it was more so that the people that came and gave evidence on behalf of the applicant, they didn't have the level of knowledge needed to operate, unfortunately, in that locality, even though it is a supermarket and the standard is a little bit different and what they expect is a little bit different.
Right. And so you yourself think that you can do a better job?
I mean, they called me up after the hearing up, wanting my staff trainings, managers, and how we do everything.
So my colleague was asking you questions about this undertaking that you gave at the temporary authority. Now, I was at the substantive hearing in November last year, and I think one of the first questions I asked you was, what happened to that undertaking?
Yeah.
So you gave an undertaking to be back by the 30th of January of this year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you again, what happened to that? Because you talked about there was, it was on the basis that the first undertaking you gave was that on the basis that you were hoping to be able to come back with your family and so on. But
yeah.
As I seem to recall, there were no conditions attached to this undertaking.
No, there weren't. And for the temporary authority one?
Well, you seem to imply that there were some other conditions to the undertaking.
The one for January?
For the one that you were going to return back in May 2023.
Yeah.
But in November of last year, you gave an undertaking that you would be back by January 2024, so that you had pretty much less than 2 months to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And there were no conditions attached to that. So,
no.
Well, what's your excuse now?
I don't have an excuse. We felt that we would have a house and make to be there, and unfortunately, we were unable to secure property. And to be fair, it strained you know, my marriage with my wife quite a bit because I was trying to leave every other month. And she wasn't, you know, having any piece of it at that stage because we had 2 young kids. She's working full time. So I think it was just a constant repeated letdown of not being able to secure a property, and it compounded for us where, you know, we contemplated, I think, separating to even make this work. So I could be here and she could be there without, you know.
So would it be fair to say that these 2 previous undertakings that you've given and you weren't able to comply with it, so that really lies with you, right? And the decision regarding Beta, the advertising of $5.99, and that lies with you. So ultimately, the suitability question for us to decide, really, we're assessing you, is that right?
Yeah, and the company said it.
So with regards to the suitability of the applicant, in this case, there are 3 directors in the company, Anu being one of them.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that she will have quite a bit of an active involvement in the company. Is that right?
She is in.
So why are we not hearing from your sister as well? Was that your decision?
That was mine.
So why are we not hearing from your sister?
I think for Norton, I've been driving this, and so I felt that I had the best knowledge in regards to the application. She hasn't been involved with this. Bader Street, she was involved to a certain degree. EP Terrace, she's been involved with a lot. But Norton, it's just been me and Prab, and we were the ones pursuing this from the beginning. So I didn't think that she needed to give evidence at this hearing today. We're looking at, I've already talked to Prab about this, and I've got the green light from the bank as well to remove my mother as the 3rd director now. She's becoming of age and they don't want any financial responsibility on her anymore. So they've given us the green light to take her out, and I've offered Prab a directorship now as well. But I just want to make sure that we can get this across the line, and whatever happens, he moves into a director role as well. So there's another person that's competent to that degree.
Right. So if a license was granted, then you'll rely heavily on Prab.
It would be him and I.
Okay.
That are doing it.
And then in terms of your future plans, you will be residing in New Zealand permanently?
We are residing. Yes.
Okay.
I just said to, I'm sure. Just in light of what you've just said, why are you retaining the 2 houses in the US?
My wife's family is there. Her mother lives there, her father's over there. So we still want to have an active relationship with their grandparents.
Right.
So we still want to be able to come and go, and it gives them another experience of being somewhere that's, you know, Utah is the best snow on earth apparently. So we want to be able to give the kids another cultural experience.
Right. Finally, in terms of the overarching, if I look at the structure of the organisation, do you describe yourself as the CEO?
I would say managing director.
Managing director, and you're the majority shareholder.
I am not a shareholder, no. My mother is a shareholder because all the financials have been backed by her equity and her houses.
And in light of what you've just said in terms of your mother being removed as a director because of financial,
yeah,
what's happening regarding the shareholding?
The shareholding would then get transferred out to my sister and I 50-50, and then we would be shareholder directors of the company.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yep. I'll just.
I think we're just about there. Thank you for indulgence, everybody. It's getting close to lunchtime, but
This past lunch.
Darwin, just a couple of matters. When you were in still are, your other premises in the super liquor franchise group, you had regular audits or quarterly checks. Despite those, there seemed to be a few matters that
Yeah.
have, shall we say, slipped through the cracks. That's been a regulated and quite a controlled auditory process. I mean, it's a big franchisor that's got to maintain pretty high standards. What gives you the confidence going into a place that you're having to develop from the ground up, such as Norton Liquor, to be able to ensure that you are going to meet the standards when, if I put it bluntly, you've been in a reactive situation whilst running those other bottle stores, not a proactive one. You described yourself even as on a learning curve. Well, frankly, after 3 years or more, you should have got over that hump by now. So what can you tell me that gives me confidence that you can in fact deliver?
I think for us, we're building Norton from the ground up. We still have the same oversight from Superliquor with our franchise manager. I'll be going back to him and speaking to him in regards to how we missed everything with the beta advertising, which is at $5.99, and see if these products that Mr. Butler has mentioned are there. And if they are, then we'll have to go back to them and get it changed on the back end for everyone. In terms of compliance with Norton and beta going forward, I think with now I'm back in the country a lot more, so I'm going to be more heavily involved in making sure that everything is running smoothly. We've done really well, and it's always a learning curve for us. The laws are always changing, conditions are always changing. We're always looking at the market. So for us, we can never say we're over the hump because there's always something that will come at us that we have to figure out. And I think for us is to say that we know it all and we can answer and attest to everything, that would be a complete lie. We don't know it all. There are always unforeseen things that will come up, and we can only mitigate the damage caused by them, or we can try fix it, or we can either just remove that situation. But we can never say that we are going to be able to be completely mistake proof. We try, and we always try.
We're all human. So what I'm saying is this is the first thought. It's quite new territory. Your experience as a duty manager has been under the umbrella of a Superliquor franchise in a relatively, I would say, controlled or probably controlled environment. You've got franchisees and agreements in place. There's lots of steps and conditions that you have to adhere to even just to be a franchisee. That's correct, isn't it?
They apply for satellite stores as well. It's the same process.
So that is with the knowledge and support of Superliquor? And is that a result of the potential conflict that could have occurred between Superliquor Dinsdale and having a fully branded Superliquor Norton?
No.
No?
Superliquor, when deciding on satellite stores, we still get the same level of protection, same level of compliance. It's everything's the same. It's just when it came down to it, their franchisee felt that they could possibly be affected, and in the best interest of the group, the Superliquor decided, okay, we will run this as a satellite for now.
Okay.
If
So
that remains in the future, we don't know. They could come up 2 years later and say, well, we feel that this might be the right time to bring into the group now as a branded store.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that. And so finally, as a satellite store, would Norton Liquor have the same, if you like, audit inspections or audits that the fully franchised stores do?
Satellite stores do get compliance visits from the franchise manager, a lot less, but I spoke with Cam already, and I told him, like, I want you in there every 2 to 3 months. I'm going to be there. Let's get this up and running, and we'll have a lot more oversight on the store as well as beta and EV. I feel like for us, it's always good to have that communication with the franchise manager for the compliance. With Superliquor itself, we get incentivized. There is a monetary incentive that if you fail a compliance visit, you pay. Satellite stores do not have that. But in order to keep everything the same for all the stores, I asked him and he's agreed that he will come out every couple months, do compliance visits, make sure that the store is operating to same brand standards that a normal brand store.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sorry.
I hate to be a pain.
Oh.
I've just got one more question.
Go on.
Do you currently have an airline ticket booked to the United States?
No, I do not.
And you're not intending to depart at any time soon?
My wife is going back. She has her 20-week scan on the 29th of October. And our dog is also due to come up for his tetra test, which they test for rabies. So in order he can fly to New Zealand as well.
So the dog's coming?
The dog is coming. It's an
commitment.
expensive dog.
That's fine.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I think perhaps, shall we do a re-examination after the lunch break? Because it is 20 past 1.
I actually only have one thing.
Oh, you only have one thing? Okay, is everyone happy to just cover
Do
that?
that.
All right, let's just do that then. Okay, let's go.
So just one matter, you were asking questions about the communication with councillor Tauriki, which you discussed at paragraph 45 of your statement, and then we reviewed the exhibit E, which was emails, and you were asking questions about how many there were there. Do you think there were more emails?
There were, after going through my emails, I found the rest of them as well. But if you would like, I can tell you the dates that the communications were sent.
Are you happy for us just to produce the ones that were missing from the exhibit via email through Kieran and distributed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you very much for that. So I was thinking, can we come back at 2 o'clock? Is everyone all right with a 40-minute lunch break? 2 o'clock, and then we've got Mr. Singh, who is going to AVL, Prabjeet Singh, AVL at 2 o'clock. Because what's the time over in Brisbane? Yeah, so it's 2 hours behind. So yeah, so he should be all good for 2 o'clock. All right. And if you have any documents that you want to refer to, and you want Mr. Singh to talk about it, perhaps just send it to Ms. Phillips, and she can, I'm sure she can email it to him. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Online, not showing at the moment.
Okay, should we just wait for him to show up?
You might have to ask them to-
Oh, Mr. Singh, are you able to come online, please? Are you ready to proceed?
What's happening? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Mr. Singh, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right. All right, so we're about to, we've just had a lunch break, Mr. Singh, so we are about to resume the hearing, and we'll, and I'm sure Ms. Rawcliffe will call you very shortly to give your evidence, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and if at any stage you don't hear, if you can't hear us, or if you don't understand anything, just let us know, all right?
Yeah.
All right, and if I can get you to speak up a little bit as well.
Can you turn the speaker up a bit as well?
Sorry?
Can we turn the speaker up a bit somehow? It's quite quiet. I think, is it this thing?
Are we waiting on Mr. Gallagher, or?
He's had to go home.
Okay. Yeah. Pardon me? Okay, sure. And everything's on now. All right, Ms. Rawcliffe, are you ready to proceed? Thank you.
So the second witness for the applicant is Project Safe, who is the operations manager for the company.
Thank you.
Perhaps you can get sworn in.
I can't hear you properly, so you need to speak a bit louder.
Excellent.
I didn't touch it on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Prabjeet Singh.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this licensing committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it will be everything true.
Thank you very much. You've prepared a statement of evidence dated 2 October 2024. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And you've set out all your evidence in there. We're not going to have you read through it, but there is going to be questions asked of you regarding the statement. So you're happy to answer those questions?
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Okay, and just before we start with that, I just did have one question that arose as a result of the earlier questioning by Mr. Butler about,
Yep.
and you weren't able to hear this exchange because you weren't allowed to sit through Mr. Singh's evidence, but you're obviously, you have a good familiarity with the Beta store.
Yep.
And Mr. Butler, during his questioning, gave some evidence about going into the store and seeing something for $5.99, which then led to some questioning about the single sales condition on the Beta license. Are you able to speak to whether there would be something advertised for $5.99 and whether there is any risk that there's any breach of that single sales condition that's on the Beta license?
The first thing is we don't sell any single cans at Beta Street, no matter what. There is no single sales. And most of the prices, like on the shelf, on the tickets, it says like 2 for. So there is no single prices for 1 can, nothing on the shelves either. So most of the prices are like 2 for $12 or 2 for whatever the prices are we're doing at the store. So like 2 for $11, something like that. So there is no price which says like 1 can or 1 bottle is that price, nothing like that.
And if someone took up 1 can, or 1 bottle, what would happen?
Decline service. We don't sell single cans. Then he has to, or we can just, we normally what we do is we just tell him like you can't buy single cans, so minimum purchase is like 2 cans.
Okay, thank you. There might be some more questions.
And the other thing is like even like the first hearing of beta, because the single sales we implemented, we started it at Hey Picture Store. If you, most of the guys were there, they all know. So we implemented that condition at Hey Picture because we were having some issues about it. So we stopped selling single cans at Hey Picture. Then we implemented the same thing at Beta Street, and then it's in the conditions too.
So because we've got a new committee, when you say you're having some issues, why did you implement the single sales?
So, because we were having begging issues outside. People were begging outside, coming into the store, buying single cans. So we told them like, we need to get rid of this issue. So if you go to Hippie Tourist, there's no beggar outside. The thing is like, even if they ask people for money, they were coming to the store, buying single cans. It was giving it was a pretty big issue for us. So we stopped selling single cans. And so if someone was begging outside and coming into the store and asking for cans, we were just telling them to stop begging outside, and we were declining services. So we were not serving anyone like who were begging outside.
And what's been the effect of that?
Yeah, the begging issue resolved.
And will you say, so you've done this, you've got that condition on your license at Beta though, haven't you?
Yeah, we got the condition on the license at Beta Street, and same things we are implemented at Beta Street as well. So if someone is begging outside coming into the store, like we don't serve them.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this stage, but you will be asked, no doubt, quite a few questions from the room. So maybe just let us know if you've got an issue with hearing us. We might need to move that speaker back over that side. Do you want me to move?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Phillips. Now, Mr. Singh, just to double check, you've got some water in front of you, and you've got the documents in front of you as well.
I don't have. Do I need the folder as well? I've got the water. Do I need the big folder as well?
There should be, because there's probably going to be some questions asked of you in relation to some documents. So do you have?
If you can just give me 1 second, I'll just grab the folder. I already have that. It's in my room. I'll grab it quickly.
So just as a preliminary matter, I was going to intend to ask Mr. Singh about the emails, just following the questions from member Ilvich. I haven't received them though, and I'm kind of at a slight disadvantage to clarify with him what the emails are that were sent without them having been sent to me first.
Sure. Okay, we'll just pause for a second. Has that been sent to Ms. Phillips?
Just now.
Okay, that's
and
great.
And the same ones that you will have received in the beta.
I think the one, yeah, they would have sent it to you last time as well.
I wasn't that bad.
No, sorry. I'm talking about the last, the first hearing for this.
Okay.
I think there were some emails that had been sent to you.
Okay, but they've sent to Ms. Phillips now, fresh.
Yes, so Ms. Phillips is going to do that.
Cool, she can circulate that.
And if you can just send it to everybody as well, please, Ms. Phillips. And then if you need some time to review, just let me know.
Yeah, I think with questions going on.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready, Inspector?
Yes.
All right. Are you ready, Mr. Singh?
Yep, I'm ready.
Thank you.
I just had some questions around the letters of support that you've put in with your evidence.
Which one? Yeah.
It's marked C in your evidence on page 126.
Yep.
these written? Because none of them are dated.
So the letters, when were they?
When were they written? None of them are dated.
Because it was like, I don't have an exact date, like between 2 months,
So 2 months ago.
like around about that time. So it's not like, so, because all of the letters, they are, because I'm from the people, like because I've been lived in Norton for a long time. So I know a lot of people there. So that's why I reached out to them for these
So
letters.
how did these people get to know that they needed to write letters of support in your evidence? How
Because I
did,
asked them to.
so you know all of the people that are,
Most of them,
that are
yes, and some of them are my known associates. Like, it's not like, so I know a few people, so some of them they know. So this is how it happens.
why did you not ask them to come in as a witness to the hearing to speak to their statements that they've made?
As a witness,
Sorry?
because I just asked them like to support, like, I don't know, like we can bring all of them here as a witness.
And have they written these themselves, or has someone typed these up for them? How do we know that these actually came from them if they're not here to speak to their statements?
Because that's what they wanted in the letters, and we wrote them.
So you wrote them?
Yep, and that's what they wanted in the letters. Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't actually a statement that they've written themselves?
They told me that this is what they want, and it's in the letters.
So why did they not put it in themselves then? What was stopping them from writing their own statements?
Or maybe they don't have printer to write it, or they don't have laptop. I don't know. So I asked them like, can you? We are just applying for a license in this area, and can you guys give us support letters? And they're like, oh yeah, we're happy to do that.
So they were able to sign these statements, but they weren't able to write them themselves?
I don't see anything wrong with it. Like if we have wrote them.
I'm just not too sure how much weight could be put on these statements because we don't know how they've been, when they've been written, who's written them, or whether it's in their own words, because no one's here to comment or to give their own evidence on these statements. So, but you've just said that you wrote them and they.
So what are you trying to say? Like, so all these letters, so we signed them off. Is it what you're saying?
That you signed them off? Sorry.
No, I'm asking you a question. Like, is it what you're trying to say? Because like they have all their details on the letters, isn't it? So they have their phone numbers, they have their addresses on the letter. You can confirm them.
So why were these not submitted with the application?
Because application made it like ages ago.
Yep. So
we didn't make the application like, so this were, I told you, like these letters, they were between 2 months recently. Because you guys, sorry?
No, carry on.
No, you were about to say something.
So with their phone numbers being on there, what were you expecting us to do with that? Were we supposed to call them, or?
I never said you're supposed to call them. They just gave me a supporting letter, and we just submitted it with that. It's the same thing, yeah. You guys, like, there was a jot form. They guys, like you already seen the jot form. So they were against the application as well. And some people want a liquor store, like they want amenities in their areas.
Okay. That's fine, thank you. I'll carry on with my next one. In paragraph 22 on page 112.
Is it on the folder?
Yes.
just to check, Mr. Singh, the folder that you've got should say volume 2 at the front.
No, I don't think I have that one. Because the one I have, 112 page, it's the evidence by Murray Donald Butler. Is it the one?
Right, no.
I think Ms. Mail is referring to your evidence, paragraph 22, but do you have the second hearing bundle that we sent by link?
No, I just have one bundle.
Okay, well, this is,
All right.
we'll try and get that to you, but in terms of the questioning, I think it's about your statement of evidence, paragraph 22, if I'm correct.
Well, yeah, I'm questioning him about his evidence.
Yeah, if it's on my evidence.
But just go to your evidence and then we'll just refer to the paragraphs in your evidence.
Yep.
Okay. So what paragraph?
22.
So paragraph 22 of your evidence?
Yep.
Mr.
Yep.
Do you have it there?
Yeah, I have it there.
Okay, so in this paragraph, you speak about the decline in customers since the previous bottle store and supermarket closed.
The paragraph 22, is it not the discussions I have with the other business owners at Norton Mall? Is it the one?
Yes,
Yep.
that's the one.
Yep.
So in terms of the decline in customers that you talk about, do you know what the foot traffic is like now that the supermarket's open?
While I was living there, it used to be really busy. It was hard to find a car park there as well. But now, like, even if you go there, you will only see like 4 or 5 cars or maybe like 10 cars in the car park. You can tell there is a lot of customers decline in that area.
So do you think that by opening a bottle store that's going to fill up the car park with more customers, or?
But it's going to affect all the businesses. So like if someone is going to buy something there, they will get everything there. So they will shop there mostly. So they not have to go other places, you know?
With the, oh, no, sorry, let's see. There was some evidence given this morning about the Western Community Centre and that they weren't opposed to the application. Did you go to the Western Community Centre and visit them?
Yeah, I visited them a few times, yeah.
Did you take anything with you when you went to the Western Community Centre?
Yeah, my visiting, my card, that's it. Because
So
normally.
Did you offer anything like bread or anything to the Western Community Centre when you went to visit?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you make any promises to the Western Community Centre about supporting them in the future as well if you opened?
Yeah, we are happy to do that.
Do you think that that may have assisted with them supporting your business?
So it's nothing about like how if we give them something, they will support us. It's just like we just trying to, you know, like if we are going into one area, like we just want to help the community.
And I asked Mr. Singh this morning, and it's around the amenity and good order. You discussed the Norton Mall management and the litter in paragraph 26.
26. Yep.
So I'm just wondering, what's your view on social responsibility in relation to the Norton community? Does social responsibility extend to the wider community, or does it only exist within the Norton Mall car park because that's where you're operating?
Yeah, like we're happy to, like if there is any mess at the car park, we're happy to clean it. Or we can arrange someone to do it on a regular basis.
So do you think that by opening the bottle store that litter is going to increase within the car park once you're operating? And that's why you have to bring in someone to.
I don't think so. Like, cause you know, like everyone is bringing the same issue that litter is increasing. Because I think like if we have a proper system, then there is not going to be any issues with the litter. And another thing, I think like it's not just my responsibility, it's everyone's responsibility. We shouldn't throw anything on the ground. There are rubbish bins, we should put everything in there. But like like if there is still rubbish in the car park, we're happy to arrange a system to do something about it.
Okay, and just in terms of the letters that you supplied with the application, you've also put it in your evidence as well. And that's from the business owners about the community engagement and feedback for Smugglers Norton.
Yep.
Did you have anyone oppose the store or were against you opening, or have you only, are these the only feedback that you received?
No, there was no one opposing it.
No one opposed?
No.
And what about the stores who didn't respond? Did you hear anything from them?
Which one?
To the community engagement. So you haven't had all of the stores within Norton Moor respond. So have you followed up?
But some of them, they say like, we don't have any problem with the store. Like if they were happy, but like the barber next door, so it's in their religion. So they said like, we can't just sign it because alcohol, it's something related to their religion. That's what he told me. So they have their own things.
Oh, and okay, so just confirming.
And he said like, we are not against the store. And he's like, oh yeah, we're happy to have you guys here.
Okay. And you wrote all of these letters?
Which letters?
The community engagement and feedback for Smugglers Norton. Did you write these?
Me and Darman did.
Right, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant?
Yes. Yeah, Bob, how are you?
Good, thanks.
How long have you been in Australia for?
I came here last week. I'm coming back on Wednesday.
So who's doing your job while you're away?
We have store manager at the stores. And Anu is there too.
How long have you been working for Dole?
Sorry?
How long have you been working for Damon Preet?
Since 2019.
And you took over operational manager in February 2023?
Yep.
Who employed Ms. Tolchard, Ashley Tolchard?
Darman interviewed her that time. And I checked all the papers like she provided us.
Did she provide you with a current manager's certificate?
No, that was expired, and she said like if we can just give her a supporting letter and she will apply for it, and we did everything. We gave her everything and she applied for her managers.
And when did she do that?
When she joined with us. I don't know the exact date.
So she joined without a manager's certificate?
So her manager's certificate was expired.
Do you remember when it expired?
No, I don't remember the dates.
Do you know what TLA the manager's certificate was issued in? What council issued it?
There was Wiper, I think.
Would it surprise you that it expired in 2021?
To be honest, I actually don't know the dates. I don't have the manager certificate in front of me.
But you were the operations manager while she was working at Bader Street.
Sorry?
You were
Can
the
you
operations manager while she was working at Bader Street, right up until when Mr. Murphy, the inspector from the council, came in and questioned whether she had a manager's certificate.
Yeah, but and we have provided everything what we had. Like we were in talks with Ashley, like she was giving us all the details that she has applied for her managers, and she was giving us the proofs. And I think like we have submitted everything to you guys. And we can't like force anyone to say if she was lying to us. I don't know what to say on to that.
Isn't it simply, where is your manager's certificate?
I asked her so many times, and I think like we just gave you the paper trail, like what was happening.
Right.
And she was replying, it's with the council. It was with the council. Every time we asked her, she was replying us like it's with the council.
So she was employed when the store opened in December 2022, 23, no, 22. And she was working there right up until Mr. Murphy went in and questioned her manager's certificate. So over that period, 4 months, you never saw a manager's certificate for her, and you're the operations manager.
Yeah, because she gave me that it's with the council and she is waiting for an interview with the council. That's what she was telling me all the time.
But she was working as a duty manager.
Yeah, because she showed me a thing. I think in her email, like the council said, like you can work as a manager there, like even if your manager certificate is with the council. I think we have provided everything to you guys already. Are we here for the Beta Street, talking on the Beta Street or Norton? Because I'm a bit confused. Because like Ashley, she used to be at the Beta Street, not at Norton.
It's a question that's come up in the evidence. You do the training.
Yes, I do the training. So,
and that's why we ask you these questions. Okay, you're responsible for the staff. You employed her without a manager's certificate.
yeah, but like I can't breach her privacy if she's lying to me.
Just to be fair on the questioning, you say she was employed as duty manager, she was employed as, she was a temporary manager.
That would be evidence that Mr. Murphy would be, and that's in dispute, and it was in the hearing that she wasn't a temporary manager, she was a manager. She was
And
never.
this has been something that was gone over at length in the Beta hearing and was dealt with. At the Beta hearing.
No.
And now you're bringing up all these things without the paperwork. It's not very fair.
Well, I disagree. It's been already addressed here. There was no dispute in the hearing that she was appointed as a manager. There was no notification that she had been appointed as a temporary manager. There was no notification that she was even a manager at the premise. And when Mr. Murphy went, this has been covered in that other hearing. But my point here is that Mr. Singh here is the person who Damon Preet has said the principal trainer, and this is a serious issue. And that, where's the training going? But I'm finished with it anyway now. It's covered off.
Okay, but if you are going to ask him about these questions that happened a while ago, just be a little bit specific with that, and that might help.
I thought I was being very specific,
but yeah, go on.
I've done that.
Okay.
We've moved on from that one. Okay. So in your evidence, you've produced a number of letters that were also included with the application for the new license for North Port. Yeah, exhibits marked B. These are the ones signed by, mostly by, it would appear, staff or the store owners within the mall. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So what's the date on those letters?
Because when they signed it, they put 19 Jan 2024.
So around January.
Yeah.
9 months ago.
Yeah.
You haven't thought to go back and revisit these people?
I did it once after that as well.
Because the mall's changed a lot since January, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The supermarket's open.
Yeah.
A lot more people around the mall?
Like in what way?
Well,
Business.
when was the last time you actually went to the mall? What date?
The date last time I went to the mall, I think that was after FIFA's hearing.
Sorry?
after FIFO hearing.
That's a couple of months ago now too.
Yeah.
And you say there are only about 10 cars in the car park.
I said like when before that it used to be very less crowd over there.
So these letters all dated in January.
Yeah.
They're almost obsolete now because the mall has changed, hasn't it? With the new supermarket opening, more people are there.
Yeah. It depends on the time. It's not like all the time.
Now, when Ms. Mail asked you a question, you said that the letters in your exhibit C were a lot of your friends. Is that correct?
I said the people I know.
Okay. So,
And their friends.
okay. You also said that they've all got addresses and phone numbers.
Yep.
5 of them don't have any contact details at all. No address, no phone number, just a signature.
Yeah, but like some of them have provided their details with it.
But 5 of them don't.
Well,
One of them's actually signed by somebody from Auckland.
But which page is that one?
152. Well,
152.
Auckland's got AK. Then that's Auckland.
Can't find it.
I think it's his initials, that could be his initials, given the name is Ryan Fremont and like his signature.
No, it doesn't say no.
Oh, you mean it says Aryan Kumar, AK?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just lived next to the store. I know him personally.
Okay. And for example, in his letter, the closure of the smugglers and countdown has a significantly impact on the community. But that's kind of become null and void with the opening of FIFO, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a bit the letter's a bit misleading.
Because like since their closure, like there is a decline in the customers as well. Like it's been quiet. The area has been quiet because like whoever I talked to, everyone was saying it's been really quiet after that. The smugglers and countdowns have closed.
But there's nothing to refer to. What about since FIFO opened?
But like still, it's not same like it used to be.
But that's not in the letters.
Or do they have to be specified? Like it's not like this it used to be before.
I will go back to Beta Street where you were present for that hearing.
Yep.
And the letters that you produced or that were produced at that hearing, they were questioned about their validity. So you've had some experience about questions around these public letters. Is that fair comment?
Sorry, I didn't get you. Can you repeat it again?
At the Beta Street hearing, which you're
Yes.
present at, you did the letters for the Beta Street community response.
Yeah, from the businesses.
Yep, and there were questions raised around the content of the letters and how they should be addressed. Is that not correct?
Okay, but there was like just one format.
But you had that experience of seeing the questions around letters of engagement with the community.
But I already told Ashley, like, this is what these guys were wanting in their letters, and we just wrote it. I never said this is my wording.
Your evidence in front of you, paragraph 19.
Yeah, give me a second.
Page 112.
Paragraph 19. Yep.
Who's we?
Me and Daman.
Who contacted the councillor?
So I contacted because Daman, like I was in continuous talk with Daman as well. So Daman's like, oh yeah, we should contact. I was like, okay, I'll do it. So I was just contacting. Basically, it was our decision to contact. contact him, and I was the one emailing him.
In paragraph 23, you refer to the fact that you lived in Norton between
Yes.
2011, 2015.
Yep.
How much have you been back to the mall between 2015 and the end of last year when the bottle store was still operating and the countdown was still there?
Sorry, can you please repeat it again?
How often have you been back to the mall between 2015 and the 1st of December 2023 while the bottle store was still operating?
Well, I don't have a count. I have been there heaps.
Did you notice how the mall felt then?
Yeah, less people there. That's what I was seeing.
Now, this is before they closed down.
Yeah, before it closed down.
Before it closed down.
Yeah, it used to be busy.
Lots of beggars?
Sorry?
A lot of beggars?
Yeah, there were a few. I've seen them.
So have you seen any since?
Like last time I was there, I think I only saw one.
In paragraph 24, you've got many of the community said to me they didn't have a bad experience. Well, who are these people?
So like whoever I talked to.
So are these the people contained in the evidence you've given in B and C?
Yeah, some of them and some other people as well.
So where are these people today to support this application?
Oh, I don't know. They were probably busy. Or do I have to?
And then you got in paragraph 25, they said the new supermarket had brought some people back. Who's they?
Which one paragraph?
Paragraph 25.
Yeah,
Who's they?
the people I talked to.
Okay. Who does the two stores rosters, Heafy and Beta?
So most of like the store managers, they make the rosters.
Okay.
And yeah, if there is any changes, like they just come to me because like we don't like it's not changing every time. We just have like a set roster.
So how much have you seen Damon Preet in the store?
Sorry,
How much have you seen Damon Preet in the store?
whenever he's there, he's at the store most of the time.
How many times have you seen him in the store?
I think I've seen him plenty of times because like whenever he's in New Zealand, he's every day he comes to the store.
That's not an answer though, is it?
You asked me like how many times I've seen in the store. Like whenever if he is in New Zealand, he comes to the store every day, so I see him every day.
Has he ever been rostered to work as a duty manager?
No.
Have you walked around the skate park and the park at the rear of the mall, Elliott Park?
Yeah, I've just once.
Just once. And
Yeah.
how long was that?
Not long ago. I think like a couple months, maybe.
Since after the application was lodged?
Yeah.
Had you walked around prior to that?
No, not prior to that.
Did you ever, because Damon was out of the country a lot of the time, and we've covered that. Did you ever have a walk around the area when you started thinking about becoming involved in taking over the Smuggler's Liquor Store?
Sorry, can you repeat again, please?
Did you ever walk around the area?
Yeah.
before the application for this store was lodged, while Smugglers was still operating, but after you considered as a joint effort, taking over the store?
Not like in the whole area, like just around the mall. I have.
You're the eyes and feet for Damon while he's out of the country.
Yep.
What, you didn't do any sort of checking around the neighborhood to see what it was like before you considered even engaging in taking over the business?
I think I already know about the area because I've lived in that area, so I've just walked around the mall.
You accept that there's been a big change since 2015 when you used to live there? Between 2015 and 2023?
Yeah, it's developed. It's
Big change.
changed.
Yeah. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Sergeant. Medical Officer?
There's been a lot of questions around, can you hear me? Thank you. There's been a lot of questions around Ashley. I only have one clarifying question. How did you find her?
I already said like Dam and she interviewed her, she found her. So I just checked the paperwork.
So was this, what's it called now? What you do? What's it called now? Yes, that's the word. English failed me. Was it an advertisement or something of sort, like job advertisement?
No, I think we just got the word to mouth, like we asked people around, so that's how we got him.
Okay. English failed me. Apologies. Paragraphs 25. The second part of it, you said, but it was still not as vibrant as and busy as it used to be. Which
Yep.
vibrancy are we talking about? If you read
Like
the
it
whole,
used to be back in the times. Because the thing is, Anu lives around that area. She lives on Evergreen Rise, you know, like Grandview Heights. And if I need to, I just ask her a lot of questions about the areas as well. So she gives me feedback as well on how it is. Because currently I don't live in Norton anymore, but I've been there, like I've walked around the areas a few times.
I guess my question is, what is your definition of vibrancy within that area? What will it be that the bottle store will bring?
Like it used to be busy back in the times.
Oh, you mean in terms of business?
Yeah. So like more, it used to be more crowd. People used to shop there now. So since like the shops are closing down, so there are less people. They're just going around different areas to shop.
And now that FIFO is in the picture, do you see, is there anything else that the proposed bottle store will add to? Because this is in context of what it used to be before FIFO was a part of it. Now there's FIFO. So is this still the vibrancy you're talking about? Is this still in relation to the premises, or has it changed?
So it's gonna be like, you know, like if everyone is getting, because like people still like, I don't know about how the FIFO prices are. So everyone wants a cheap deal. Like if you go to Pack and Save or Countdown, you get like cheaper prices, you know? So it depends, like, because currently like in this market, like people they just want to save money. They don't want to spend a lot. So wherever they get like cheaper prices, they just go there.
Price. So are you proposing that your price might be something that would attract more people?
I never said that.
That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to understand what you're saying here without necessarily putting words into it. So what do you mean by pricing?
So about the pricings. So the pricing is just gonna be like normal prices. We're not gonna advertise a lot. Like, you know, like in super liquor, they have rules and regulations, and we have to have a like core range. They have to sell some products at the certain prices. Like, but because as we have proposed, like we're gonna get it's gonna be a satellite store, so we're gonna be more flexible with the co-ranging, the product ranging, and the pricing. So we're not gonna put any sharp specials to attract customers. So just
So no
normal
price
prices.
competition,
Sorry?
no price competitions.
No, we don't want to do that. It's just gonna be like the only promotions we were running in store, like like how the companies releasing or launching their products. So just that.
Paragraph 11, I'll wait for you to get there. Page 111.
So my evidence, right?
Yes.
Yep.
You said you're responsible for training staff to make sure that no underage, intoxicated and a lot. So you're responsible for training. Who trains you, or how do you get your training?
So we normally do our trainings on the Super Liquor Academy website. All of our trainings we do it there online. And currently we have already signed up with another hospitality in the hospitality. It's like Tipsy. So they this is another trainings we're gonna start at the stores as well. We already started that.
Given that the Super Liquor training is generic, if I can put it that way, what will be what you will be training on? If you're going to be depending on Super Liquor training, where the premises is different in terms of the locality, the deprivation, and the vulnerability of the people. Which further training do you have in plan to actually carry out in the locality?
As I said, I've already set it up. So there is another Hospitality New Zealand. So those are the trainings we're gonna do as well.
Okay, that's generic as well, but I'll move on.
But and in the Super Liquor Academy, like there is a lot of other things, like so whatever is related to the act, the license conditions, everything is there. But the other trainings, like we do in-store trainings as well. So like the areas, so we have own trainings, like what we do, how we're gonna run the premises in a particular area.
Okay. And the last one, you did mention that you approached some people and asked them for letter of support.
Yeah.
And looking at page 147 and 144.
Hold on, 147.
Both mentioned something in regards to issues mentioned above, and the other one too, these issues. And I suppose that would be in response to a set of questions that maybe questions or directions or proposition that you gave to them while you were having a chat with them. What were these questions? What were they responding to?
So which one are you talking about? Sorry, I'm just still.
144 mentioned some issues. 147 also mentioned some issues. What are those issues that they're responding to?
He won't have the documents. Perhaps you wanted to say to them, is it Rinaldi, Tatsi?
147.
144 is Rinaldi.
Brooke and Rinaldi.
And Liam Drysdale. So these are the letters from Rinaldi and another
Brooke.
one from Liam. Do you have
Brooke.
those?
The other one is Brooke. One is Brooke, one is Rinaldi.
So they were talking about like how, like the old owners, how they were operating, how there were issues happening in that area, those, what's the name? Ashi Ventures.
Okay, that'll be awesome.
Do you have any more questions?
I'm still, my brain is still trying to figure out
what the issue is in relation to the way they've responded, but could be my brain sleeping. I'll let it go.
Or do you want to ask him how process of the interaction between him and
Yes,
these
that's
people?
that's more, yeah.
Okay, so do you want to ask him that?
I guess I'm trying to understand what the conversation was about. I know you've mentioned that it was more their worry about the former occupant of the premises, but
Yeah.
what was the conversation about? What did they bring up, and how did they end up writing this in relation to the conversation?
So I just had a chat with them. So I mentioned them like how we are currently operating in Beta Street and hippie chairs, like, and what we did, what the procedures we took in place to operate in that area. So I explained everything to them, and they already knew about the previous owners, so like and the issues they were having, you know, like their licensing issues, and she was doing like single sales and other stuff. So we already mentioned everything to them, like we not gonna do these things while we are gonna operate there.
Thank you.
So in terms of this process, is it face-to-face meeting, or is it by phone, or what's?
Yeah, face to face, yeah.
Okay, and then so where would you have these face-to-face meetings?
So because these Rinaldi, she works for Manor Realty, so I was there, so I had a chat with her that time. And the other one she was mentioning, Brooke Menzies, and she works there too.
So for those examples, when you have these interactions, do you write the notes down about what the answers are?
Yep.
And then as part of that process, do you type it up yourself?
So I just had a chat with them, like, and then we were like, oh, so how do you want to do this? Can we put this in the letters? And they were like, yeah, we're happy with that. If you can just put that in the letters.
Okay, so you put them in the letter, and then how do you get their signatures?
So when I was talking to them, so we had a chat with them, and then they told me like, so this is how they wanted it, and we typed the letters and we just gave them to sign it.
Did they sign it right in front of you?
Yes, they did.
And then they give you a copy. They give you the original copy.
Yep.
And then you give these copies to Damon or Miss Rawcliffe.
Yeah, the lawyers. Yeah, I gave them copies of these.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hewson, are you ready to?
Yes, thank you, sir. Ms. Singh, I just wanted to just ask you some questions about paragraph 19.
Yep. The council authority is the one, right?
So would you agree, though, that it's your responsibility to engage with the community?
Yeah, I engaged because when we went to the Beta Street hearing, Councillor Toraki, he said like we can reach out to him regarding all these because he's a good connection with the community, and he represented the Maori community. That's what he told us. He's like, oh, you can reach out to me and we can arrange something, and I've reached out to them heaps of times.
But he didn't respond to your emails. He responded once, and then he didn't respond to any emails after that first time, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and there were quite some months between that email that he sent, I think it was the 10th of December, and this hearing. Why didn't you yourself reach out across the community to engage with the community?
I'm not gonna go to people and knock on their doors. Like I'm supposed to do that, am I?
Well, you emailed.
So if one person he is representing a community, and is it better to go to that person or to one person, like to go to the houses and knock on the doors? Which way is better?
Well, I think what I'm saying to you is it's your responsibility.
Yeah, it's my responsibility, but like if someone in the hearing is saying like you can contact me regarding that, what should I do?
Saying pause.
just one person at a time, please. So if you just listen to Dr. Hewison ask you the questions, just pause and then you can answer, because this is all recorded, right? So we need to be able to hear everyone talk.
Yeah. So I just ask you, it remains your responsibility as an applicant to engage with the community, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. If someone is saying us like to help us, why wouldn't we reach out to them? We were reaching out to him. He said like in the hearing that he will help us with the community engagement, and he is representing the Maori community. So we were reaching it to him, but he wasn't responding to us.
But then that's right. So he didn't respond to you.
Yeah, and it's as you're saying that, yes, it is our responsibility. That's why we reach out to the community centers.
Okay.
And
so, yeah. So you reached out by sending emails. Yeah. But there was no other...
So in the Bader Street, I reached out to the community center. I visited, so our store manager, like who works at the Bader Street, he reached out to them personally. And to Grandview, I mean like the Norton Mall, the community center, I reached out to them personally.
Yep. So we heard earlier from Damon that the community centre offered for you to come to one of their monthly kui. Did you take up that offer?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
So the community, we heard earlier evidence from Damon that the community centre offered for you to come to one of their community kui. They have a monthly community kui. Did you take up that offer?
Hui. What's Hui?
Sorry, they have a monthly community meeting.
So monthly community meetings, and I asked him like, so when are those? Because
So did you say, look, I would like to come to one of those to explain our application to the community?
well, how can I explain my application in front of the community? Because I don't want hate from other people. So some people like they will support me, but rest of them they are gonna object it. Like I don't want that.
Okay.
So why put myself in that position?
So why don't you engage an independent facilitator? Pay for an independent facilitator.
So that's why I was reaching out counselor, so that I can he can help us with it.
Yeah, but he didn't respond.
So so about the community engagement, how do you explain like community engagements? How do you want us to do that? Like, so reach out to people, like to knock on the doors. How do you want us to do that?
Well, let's put this proposition to you. So the Western Community Centre said, we hold a monthly meeting. Why don't you come to that monthly meeting
and you said like you should have explained, I should have explained my application in front of everyone. Why would I do that? Like, because I am worried about my safety as well. Like, so if some people, they don't want me there, like, why would I do that?
Well, I'm sure the Western Community Centre stakeholder meetings are not somewhere where you would feel unsafe.
Yeah, but like I have safety concerns. Like you said earlier that I should have explained myself in front of the community.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah. So this is a community that you wish to establish a liquor store in. It's a community where you say a lot of people are in support of your liquor store. It's a community which you say you've lived in and you have knowledge of. And what you're now saying is, I don't want to hold a community meeting because I'm afraid that people will come to that meeting and I would feel unsafe.
I never said that I'm not want to hold a community meeting. I said like if my counselor can help us do that, we're happy to do that.
Well, he didn't respond, did he?
No, he should have been.
Well, it's not his responsibility to engage with the community.
But he's representing the Maori community, then he should be more responsive, like then what's his responsibility? If he is representing one community, then he should help us where we need him.
I've got no more questions on that. Then just in terms of your earlier comments about the area perhaps not attracting a lot of people. I think you said at the moment there's not a lot of people in the Norton Mall.
Yeah.
Yes. Why is that?
I don't know. Because there was like people doesn't want to go there. Like there was because back in the times it used to be Countdown there, like they were cheap, you know, like Countdown, they have like special prices, and there was a liquor store, like the area was busy.
Okay. So is it so? Would Countdown cheaper than FIFO? Is that what's happened?
Yeah, I think so. Countdown was cheaper than FIFA.
Okay. And where's the nearest Countdown? Is it in Dinsdale? There's a Countdown.
Yeah, there is one in Dinsdale.
So perhaps people are going to Dinsdale as opposed to FIFO and the Norton Mall because FIFO's prices are more expensive. Might that be the case?
It could be.
No more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Might move this over. Sorry, Mr. Singh, I know I speak a little softly, so please let me know if you can't hear me.
Yeah.
I'll try to speak up, but so I'm representing Fraser High School, and so the questions that I've asked to Damanpreet Singh were around the school's interest, particularly with students and the impact of alcohol sales on students. So I only wanted to ask a couple of questions around that. So you mentioned something about specials and promotions at the store. I want to talk to you a little bit about the product line there. So have you thought much about the kinds of products that might be, I guess, attractive or easily marketed to young people or things like that? Energy drink, alcohol, for example.
Which products are you particular about? Nitro?
Nitro is one example. There are some seltzers as well that have caffeine in them now. They're, I think, pretty trendy. They're on Instagram, that kind of thing.
Oh, but can you name them so that easily I know, like if
I remember the name of the brand, but for example, Nitro. Do you have any thoughts about what kind of?
We're not gonna sell Nitro.
What about energy drinks, just alcohol with caffeine or guarana or those kinds of drinks?
So energy drinks and guarana, I don't think there is anything with energy drink and guarana. So that's like vodka with guarana. Is it what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. The RTDs with like
So like
RTD
Smirnoffs, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about energy drinks, so alcohol with caffeine.
Alcohol with caffeine, but I don't know. I don't think there is any. There is only Nitro, the big bottle, which attract a lot of young customers because they are cheap and they are like big bottles as well. So that's why. Because the other ones, like if you talk about the Smirnoff, that's another product. So those products, they're not cheap. They only come in 4 packs or the 12 packs, and they are not cheap. They don't attract a lot of young customers.
Okay. So you've got no, I guess, firm views on selling alcohol with or without caffeine. It doesn't matter.
I said we're not gonna sell Nitro. I'm particular about a product. So if you have any product, just tell us so that I can give further comments on it.
I've just been shown one actually. It's called Dirty Water by Garage Project. Are you aware of that product?
We don't even stock any products from the Garage Project at the moment. Here, like in any other of the stores, we don't have any products.
Would you accept that alcohol mixed with caffeine, RTDs, is a particularly harmful product?
Yeah, like if someone abuses it, yes, definitely.
Would you make any
if they're drinking it responsibly, then it's not.
Would you make any commitment to not sell that kind of product?
I said we're not going to sell Nitro.
Because we seem to be moving on what.
Alcohol with caffeine, any product that mixes alcohol and caffeine.
Are we able to
Is it caffeine or guarana?
Guarana contains caffeine naturally, so really I'm worried about the caffeine.
Can we be a little bit more specific?
I can't really. I'm trying to ask for whether if there's any alcohol that contains caffeine in it, whether that's something that.
And the espresso martini, so like the Good George espresso martini, is that what you're moving at?
Do you sell the Good George espresso martini?
So there's lots of
at one of our stores, like Hippie Terrace, they come in big bottles.
Okay. I can move on from that. The other question I wanted to ask about was I was told about the training that you have in your stores with selling alcohol to students wearing school uniforms. and that you have a policy on that. How long has that policy or that instruction stuff been in place?
There was an incident happened at the store. A girl came in uniform, one of the managers served her, but we told them like, do not do that again. So we implemented that policy, and we have signs in place. So if someone is wearing a school uniform coming into the store, it doesn't matter if they're 18 or younger, they're not allowed in store. They have to leave immediately.
So you're saying there was an incident where you sold, or one of your people in your store sold alcohol to someone wearing a school uniform?
Yeah, there was an incident happened. So that after that, then we like, now we not gonna do that. It happened at Hippie Terrace.
Okay, so it was after that they put your policy in to not sell to students wearing uniform?
Yeah, so we edited the policies and we edited to do it.
Okay, and so that's now part of your training for all your stores?
Yep, it is for all the stores.
Okay, and how long has that policy been in place?
I said like we had a experience recently, so that's why we edited to our like the policies in there.
Is that like 1 week, 2 weeks ago?
It's in the incident book over there. Damon's got the incident book. If
to your memory, what was it, last month?
It's not last month, it's recently.
But you're not sure exactly how long ago it was?
It's recently, like it was, I think it was, when did I play? Friday. I think it was last week or the week before, I'm not sure. Because it's in the incident, it's written in the incident book.
Okay. Have you had any training on this yet with your stores?
Yes, I went to the beta street as well after that, and I told them like this is what we're gonna do, and we're not gonna save anyone in school uniforms, and we did put the signs up as well.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Hi. Oh,
Hello.
no, hey, it's going to be hard, so I'll pay attention, you pay attention, we'll get there. In some of these letters, Linda Dunn Rowan. You know her?
I can't hear you properly, sorry.
Linda Dunn Rowan. We signed one of the letters.
Page number or?
148, but it's on this volume 2 that you don't have. Alison, how about I read it out to you? As a resident of the community, I am eager to see Norton Liquor reopen and believe it is crucial for the well-being of our community. The store's closure has had a significant impact on our daily lives, forcing us to travel further to meet our basic needs. To me, that means that each day they're going to go to the liquor store for their basic needs. And it's come up again in 2 or 3 other ones. Manav Sim, 8 Caulfield Place. The convenience of Norton Liquor was greatly appreciated before its closure, and its absence has forced me to undertake longer journeys to fulfill my basic needs. Do you think that an alcohol shop is for basic needs?
I'm still looking for the letter.
You're not going to find it because you don't have the volume in front of you.
So, but it should be annexed to his affidavit, his brief.
Oh.
So it'll be in the bundle C, exhibit C. You've got?
Yeah, I've got that C.
It's quite near the end.
Is it page number?
148, 149, 150 and 151.
So we had Brooke Menzies before. I think you had Brooke. It's a page after Brooke. So that's Linda Dunn Rowan.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, but it's all right. Like for the basic need, like you can't say what's a basic need. It's their choice whether they want to drink it or not. But like they are traveling further because there was no liquor store in Norton Mall.
But, you know, they say there that alcohol is a basic need and they've travelled to the stores.
Well, you can't say what's a basic need, like how
Okay.
they are like saying it, you know?
I'll rephrase it. Do you feel alcohol is a basic need?
I never said that alcohol is a basic need. The basic need is food and water.
I didn't say that. I said, do you believe that alcohol is a basic need?
Alcohol is not a basic need. I said like it depends on people. Like so, like what they think, what's their choice, like whether they want to drink it or not. So we can't, you know, like it's their right to drink. We can't force someone to drink and not to drink.
I know that's exactly right. And what I asked you was, it's not a basic need, and you said no.
But
Alcohol
like
is not a.
it's
Yeah,
Okay.
alcohol is not a basic need.
All right,
Yeah.
next question.
Hey, quite often they say the mall is not the same as it used to be, and you have said it was busier back in the times.
yeah, when I was there, it was busier. Yeah.
Since then, we've had COVID. We're in the middle of an economic downturn, and it's not. I don't believe it's just Norton Mall that is down on traffic. Hamilton Central, they have empty shops and they're down on traffic, and everyone's worried about their survival. So to say that without a liquor store it's going to close, it's not just for Norton. That's the whole of Hamilton has that area that not so many people are spending, and you have said it again, only so much money goes so far. So perhaps it's not busy, not because the shops are not there, it's just a sign of the times, the economic times we're in at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, there are a lot of factors.
True. And we haven't got 5 or 6 days to discuss them, eh? So we'll move on.
Thank you.
What do you feel are essential shops for Norton Mall?
Well, for essential, I think like everything is essential.
Okay, didn't expect that answer. Fair enough. One more. You say you do super liquor training on the website.
Yep.
Is the training like a question and then multiple answers, or is there a question and you have to type in what your answer is?
So it's not like that. So you will get like a proper documents to read, and then you will get a questionnaire after that. You have to pass that questionnaire, and then you can print a certificate after that.
Okay, so you answer the questions and then submit it, and somebody comes back and says,
Yeah, you read them first, and then you answer the questions after that.
thank you.
Are we happy to show you? Like, if you're more than welcome to come to one of the store and have a look at all of them.
Hey, I'll take you up on that at some stage, yes.
Yeah, definitely. When I'm there, you can come anytime.
But you won't get upset if I fail, will you? Okay. You said a couple of times there that you're not supposed to go around and knock on doors for engagement, but you knocked on doors of friends and it snowballed on from there. So,
but like those people I can trust, I can just visit them so I can just go to them straight away. So how about if I randomly go to one of the house and just knock on the door and trying to explain myself? What if they are so aggressive, and what if they harm me? Who is going to be responsible? Then everyone, even if I call the cops after that, you know what they're going to say? Why would you do that at first point?
I think that's a little dramatic. You're a big fella. I reckon you can run.
Yeah, like there are a lot of things, you know, like I have to worry about my safety. So
True.
that's why I can't just go to some random and just knock on the doors and ask them. So that's why like we need a public figure like Councillor Moko. He's a public figure, like a lot of people knows him because he represents the Māori community, you know. So it's easier, like if he can help us to achieve our goal, to be more increase our community engagement. That would be really easy, you know. So if we have like systems in place, like if he has responded to us, if he had arranged something, that would be much more easier, you know, like they would be no questions asked, I think.
Fair enough. I'll let it go. I won't. But I will actually attend a West Community hui or monthly meeting, and I'll report back to you and tell you how bad it is, eh?
Yeah.
How aggressive they get. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Santia?
Kia ora, I'm Jasper Santia, and I'm representing Steve Gallagher, who unfortunately has had to leave a bit earlier today. I just have 3 questions. Firstly, just a bit of a clarification. I couldn't hear too well when the speaker was on the other end of the room. But I believe when you were talking about the appointment of Ashley Tolchard, did you say that you received an email from the council that said she could work as a manager?
Not me. She showed me an email on her phone that she had a chat with one of the council, and they said like she can work as a temporary manager.
Which council would this have been? The Hamilton or the Waikato?
So there was Waikato, because she applied to the wrong council. She applied to Waikato Council.
So did you? It must have had the Waikato header in the email.
Yeah, because she just showed me in her phone.
Okay. Then moving on to the litter, in terms of outside the kind of car park area, extending to areas such as the skate park or the Alice Reserve, I believe it was called. Earlier today, Daman said that you cannot control what customers do once they sort of leave the vicinity of your store in terms of if they litter. Would you agree with this statement?
Yeah, but like as I said earlier, like if there is any litter in the car park, we can make an arrangement to do something about it. And because I've already had a chat with Joshi from the pharmacy, so I already had a chat with him regarding the litter, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we can arrange something about that that issue." Yeah.
I mean more in terms of sort of the like further away from the car park in terms of like the reserves and public places.
Well, public places, so like I think they have their own things over there, like set of like what they do over there. But yeah, like even if we I think like that's not our part, but as if we have to, like if we can help the community, like we are happy to help, we can do something about it.
And then finally on the letters, I think you discussed in terms of the second set of letters. Earlier you said that they were like the jot form submissions from objectors, but that's not entirely correct, is it? Because in the case of many of the objectors, they turned up to give evidence, didn't they? And to be cross-examined.
Yeah, but like there was like, like it's just like multiple choice question. They just selected it and they submitted it. That's a jot form.
But they still prepared evidence after that, didn't they?
How many out of the objectors? How many turned up?
I wasn't there on the first day, so I can't be.
How many objectors were there?
But in terms
91
of
objectors.
How many, sorry?
There were 91 objectors. How many turned up?
I'm not sure entirely, but in terms of the ones that did turn up, they did turn up to be cross-examined and to be able to have their evidence sort of.
So I think out of 61, 9 people turned up. Okay, so do you want to ask them that?
In terms of what, sorry?
Well, give them a bit of context.
So out of I believe it was 91 objectors, 9 of them turned up to the hearing. And at the hearing, they were able to be examined by your counsel in terms of being asked questions. Would that be correct?
Yeah, well, we didn't have like, let's just say I was trying to reach out to counselor, and if he has helped us, that would be easier for us, like we can reach out to more community.
I mean more in your comparison of.
So like currently, I just only had a chat with the people I know. Like if he had reached out, if we had reached out back to us, we could have arranged something like a meeting or something, so we could have explained everything, like explained ourselves in front of other people as well.
I think you might be misunderstanding me a bit, sorry. I mean, in terms of these letters of support that you've given, none of these people have turned up to the hearing to be questioned by the other parties, have they?
Because I didn't ask them to provide evidence, like, if I have asked them, like, they would be happy to do that.
Yeah, of course, but there's only so much weight that the committee can give to these letters, isn't there, if they don't turn up to be asked questions by all parties?
Well, I don't know about the weight, but like,
that's all I've got in terms of that question, and actually all my questions. So thank you for answering.
Thank you, Mr. Sontier. Ms. Hilditch? You
So
ready?
just do a sound check if I may. Hello, Prab.
hello.
I hope the weather's good over there. It's rubbish here.
It's rubbish here too. It's raining.
Well, it was rubbish. I just have a few questions. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
If we look at your letters to the community entitled Community Engagement and Feedback for Smugglers Norton, you have, there are a number of, there's about 10 responses from businesses in the Norton Mall, and I've been advised or have read there's about 17 businesses in that area.
Yep.
The last paragraphs ask the people, if you're supportive of the application, kindly sign the enclosed document. That is that letter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And that serves as confirmation of your approval. I haven't seen, you also in the previous paragraph asked to identify any concerns or feedback so that they could share about, and yet I don't see anything there that identifies any concerns. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Because you're actually asking, is my primary focus is on understanding how our operation can positively contribute to Norton.
Yeah.
And it would seem to me that in each of these responses, nobody has actually taken that opportunity up.
Yeah, but we have given them the opportunity. I visited them after as well. So I was like, yeah, I gave them my card. Here is my card. If you have anything, if you want to talk to us, we can just talk further on it. As I've already mentioned earlier, regarding the letter, I had a chat with Joshi, and so that's the issue they were talking about, because like he said like no one's taking the responsibility of keeping the vicinity clean. So we offered them, was like, yeah, look, when we are happy to make an arrangement, like to do something about it.
What I'm suggesting to you, Prab, is that there's been an opportunity already provided, regardless of what you've done subsequently, that nobody's actually come up, because you are trying to endeavour to do, and I'm reading from your letter, you want to maintain the highest standards operating the business, and your primary focus is how your operations can positively contribute to the Norton area. There's not one response about how operating your business can contribute to the Norton area, is there?
So like, yeah, like, so like previous owners, like who were operating in that area, so they had a lot of issues, you know? So like they were selling singles and other things. So those are the things we're not gonna do. We're gonna do something better what they were doing. So yeah.
The question I'm asking you has got no bearing on the previous owners of Smugglers Norton, because you're saying how we want an understanding of how our operations can positively contribute to the Norton area. You have yet to actually operate in the Norton area. So what you're asking for is to the other business people
is an idea of how this new bottle store, should it be granted a license, can positively contribute to Norton. And I haven't seen anybody address that. So what were you looking for?
So we wanted to know what like people, because basically like I had a big chat with Joshi regarding everything. So that's what he explained it to me. He's like, so because what old owners are doing, so they were having troubles with it. So they were like, if you can do something different, if you can change that, like how are you gonna operate? I was like, yeah, definitely we're gonna do better what they were doing. So we offer them like, even if you guys want to have a look, so like we operate in these areas, you can come, more than welcome to come there and visit us and check us like how we operate.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're talking the same thing here, so I'll leave that at that point. I think the medical officer of health has asked you a number of questions in response to the responses from people you know and people who know people you know, because there are actually another one or two matters, and I know you don't have the page in front of you, but for the benefit of the people in this room, I'm referring to page 142 of the bundle of documents in part 2. If I might just read this out to you, Prab, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is from somebody, looks to be Jackie Steenberg. Do you know that person?
Oh, that one's probably someone I know that they know.
Right. And I just read the first sentence actually. We believe that the reopening of Norton Liquor will address some of the issues mentioned above and serve the community well, providing a convenient and accessible locations for residents to meet their basic needs. Just the part I'm referring to in this sentence is will address some of the issues mentioned above. That implies there was some kind of written.
Yeah, no, that was yeah, we should have written it differently. So they were talking about, like, we were just having a chat with them regarding the issues with the old owners. So that's the chat we were having with them as well.
Okay.
Because they were selling like heaps of single RTD sales in the shop.
Right. So in terms of the engagement which you refer to in your brief of evidence, and I think it's on your brief, it is, if I can find it. I think it is back at paragraph 15 of your brief of evidence.
Yeah.
You state that you've been involved with the Norton Store project since the beginning, which has included community consultation and engagement. Just from what I've seen, there's been some meetings you have held with business owners and have received feedback on a pro forma letter and signatures. You've had meetings with your friends and the friends of your friends. You have sent a generic email to a number of community organisations for which there has been almost no, if you want, response or positive response or engagement at all. And you've had the opportunity to have a meeting in the Community Western Centre, but did not feel, in your words, appropriate or safe to attend. Yep. On top of that, you've indicated that it was not either safe or appropriate. You didn't feel comfortable to engage on an individual level by door knocking in that local area. Is that correct?
Yep.
And on that point, that is just to simply ask people about the proposed business. What I'm asking you, Prab, is how do you think putting alcohol into an environment where people, well, you feel as an applicant or the applicant's operations manager, it's not safe for you to go and knock on a door? Why would you then want to put alcohol into a situation where I would, if I was in that position, I'm not going to talk about me personally, but if you're already having concerns and there's no alcohol, which can have an inflammatory application if used inappropriately, why would you want to sell alcohol in that area when you're not prepared to walk around and door knock?
But like there was already a liquor store operating before that. And I think like it's rather than me doing the door knocks, it would be better if someone would have helped us arranged a meeting or something with the community. That would be easier, I would say. So it's going to be in a public place. It's easier, and like I didn't feel safe going to do the door knockings.
And clearly that hasn't been a safe environment, hence the previous license being cancelled. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
You say there has not been a safe environment, hence the previous license being cancelled. Would you agree?
Not the safe environment in the way I say, like if I do the door knocking, then like people wouldn't like it. They probably be like, oh, why are you doing us? Why are you coming to our house? There's a lot of questions.
Okay.
So that's why I only went to the people I know because they lived in the area, you know. And I don't think there is any issues if the people I know supporting me or giving me any letters, you know.
But you don't know who you were selling alcohol to.
No.
You're not going to be selling to people you know, who you trust. It's a
Yeah,
wide.
but like there is a different thing. Then they're gonna come to the shop. There are cameras there. Like, but if I go to someone's house, there is no cameras. Like, so I have safety concerns with that because you don't know like how the person is gonna respond to me if I try to explain myself. Like when I go do the door knocking.
Thank you. One final question. I believe you have bundle one, part one. Do you, Prab, in front of you or near you?
Yes, I do. I do have that one.
I could just refer you to page 30 of that document.
Yep. Is it the floor plan?
This is the floor plan, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, I understand that your company has been paying the lease since late December 23 for this premise.
Yes.
Is this still the current layout?
This is the current layout, but we're gonna change a little bit inside because like you know like a lot of the things it's need to be painted, and there is from the chiller door, like if you enter towards the chiller door to the storage, so that whole thing is open. We want to close something so that no one can go to the storage area, and we're gonna add more cameras to the store.
Right. Can I just refer you to, there's a little, I don't know, box in the storage area. Can you tell me what that indicates next to the word storage? Is it whack or is it toilet or what is that?
Oh yeah, it's the bathrooms, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Jeez.
Councillor Wilson.
I guess it is good afternoon, Mr. Singh, for you now.
Good afternoon.
Could I refer you to page 2 of your evidence or page 111 of the bundle?
Page number 2, yes.
And clause 11.
11.
Yep. As the operations manager, do you have a good understanding of the sale and supply of alcohol? Act?
Yes, I think I do.
Excellent. When is a notice of appointment required?
So if we appoint a new manager,
Excellent. And when did you file a notice of appointment for Ashley?
because regarding that, I had a chat with Ross as well. So he explained everything to us that time when we went for the meeting. Because that time I thought like if someone applies for a new license from a liquor store, then we don't have to send an appointment letter. But unfortunately, that time, like Ashley, there was a bit confusion. She applied to Waikato Council, so that's why there was a bit of mess up.
But Mr. Singh, that doesn't negate your obligation. Well, sorry, let me rephrase. Does that negate your obligation to provide a notice of appointment? Required under section 2312.
Because as we supported her license, so she applied. So that's what I thought. Like, I thought like she applied to Hamilton City Council, and that once, because like when you apply for a license, so you have to have a job, like so we have to give her a supporting letter as well that she is gonna work with us, and we are supporting her manager certificate. Then you apply for a manager certificate. So that is why like that we got mixed up. So I thought like we don't have to notify on the side, because if person is applying for one particular premises to the council, and then we have to notify the council again that she is being appointed as a manager for the store, because she's already applying for a license from that store as well.
So, Mr. Singh, what role was Ashley undertaking?
Duty managers.
So she was a duty manager.
Yep.
And I just want to get confirmation. When did you finally file a notice of appointment?
So after we had a chat with Ross, then because that time, we had a big discussion with Ross because so we went to the city council, had a chat with him, and then we did the procedure again. But then we found out that she applied for her license through to Waikato Council. And whenever I ask her like what's happening with your license, she always replies back to me, it's with the council, I'm still waiting for an interview. But she was saying as well, like she can work as a temporary manager. That's what she showed me on her phone, that the council told her that you can work as a temporary manager because you previously held duty managers.
Okay, so Mr. Singh, if that was your understanding,
Hello. Hello.
Mr. Singh, can you hear and see us?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. 'Cause I was about to call down. I was like, it's not working.
Councillor Wilson?
Hello.
I'm the one waving. May I repeat my question?
Yeah, because like it was all paused up. I don't know what happened.
As an experienced operations manager, when are you required to file a notice of appointment? That's the question.
Oh yeah, because when we appoint a manager, we have to notify the city council and the police same time.
Okay, thank you. And is that your understanding whether or not that person contemporaneously has applied for a renewal? Is it your understanding, irrespective of that status,
Yeah.
you still have to file the notice of appointment?
Because that time I thought like, so if someone is applying for a renewal from one store, we don't have to notify them because they're already getting an application from that person that he's gonna work at this store. But then I had a chat with Ross, and then he told us that you have to do the appointment as well.
Okay. When is it your understanding that you have to update your manager's register?
We do it at the same time, like when we appoint a manager.
Right. So what date did you update the manager's register with Ashley's appointment?
I'm not sure about that one because he's got the managers in front of him. Check the temporary managers. Because we filled it up the first time we did it wrong, because that's what we thought. And then Ross told us this is how you should be doing. Like, even if she is applying for a renewal from your store, then you have to do that appointment.
Ashley got appointed.
Just fine.
No, I think you can hear us still, Mr. Singh?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think like Daman got all the folder in front of him.
Yeah, but you're under cross-examination, all right? So no one has to speak when you're giving evidence.
Yeah.
So let me read. So you can't tell me exactly when.
I actually don't know the exact date.
Would have it been your responsibility to do that?
Yep.
Are you in a position to? Do you recall?
Sorry.
Did you recall when you employed Ashley?
As we had a chat about this at the Bay Street hearing as well, Daman employed her. I just checked the papers.
And as we now know, Mr. Singh, unless I got it wrong, the papers weren't correct because there was no application.
Yeah, that's true. Because there was a bit of mess up. Because Daman employed her, so I thought like he might have done the appointment as well.
Right.
Because when we went to the Ross and we explained everything, he told us there is no appointment.
All right. Can I, you said early on in your evidence concerning single item sales within the store.
Yep.
And there is no single item in the store at $5.99. Is that your evidence?
Because we normally, there is nothing advertised as a single price in the store. So even the cans which come in 24 packs, we just put it in the fridge, and in front of the fridge, the sign says 2 cans for $12. And we don't even do any single sales. So we don't sell any single cans.
Okay. So in the store in Bader Street, there is no sign that has $5.99 on it.
So
for a
it's
single-
basically, so the signs over there, it says 2 for. Two cans for this, 2 cans, you get 2 cans for this price. So, yeah.
So just to remove any ambiguity, is there a sign? Are you familiar? You're obviously familiar with the store?
Yes. And I don't think there is any sign that says a single price of the can in front of the fridge.
Okay. Is
Except
there any-
non-alcoholic.
Right. So there's no sign for $5.99, even if there are 2 items for sale.
Yeah, it's all the sign says 2 cans for, or like even if we sell big bottles of the beers, it says like 2 bottles for this price.
Could it be possible, could we share, is it possible to share the register with Mr. Singh? Just in terms of, Mr. Singh, is it your evidence that you would have made an entry in the manager's register concerning the date Ashley was appointed?
I said like Daman employed her.
Okay. So is it your
Daman did the interview. I did the appointment after after we had a meeting with the Ross.
Right.
And then
But
later we figured out that
Listen to the question first.
so you're saying, so whose responsibility is it to fill in the manager's register? Is it yours or someone else in the organization?
I said it's my responsibility to fill in that manager register.
Okay. And can you recall filling in the manager's register, noting that you had appointed Ashley?
I did it like when we visited the city council building when we had a meeting with Ross.
Thank you.
I remember that.
Right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Can you recall what date that would have been approximately?
I don't remember the date.
We have had some evidence earlier on today that would imply that that date was approximately the 13th of March, 2023. Would that sound likely?
Yeah. Yeah.
When do you recall having appointed Ashley?
So that's what I'm trying to explain it to you. So
let me rephrase.
Like
when did Ashley start as a manager?
Because before we had 2 other managers working at the store, Harpinder and Irene.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Ashley was working so she was working with them that time.
Thank you, but that doesn't help me understand when. Could you estimate? Was it the end of 2022? Was it early 2023?
That's when she started working end of, I think that she started working in 22, end of 22, I think.
So is it your evidence that she started around the end of 22, but you didn't update either the notice of appointment or the manager's register until after the meeting with the inspector around the 13th of March 2023?
Because between that period, we had another 2 managers working with us, and Ashley was not working alone all the time, because I think she was doing like 1 shift, and that was I'm not sure, like Irene.
So just for clarity, is it your evidence that Ashley was never in the store alone?
Because she was working part-time, right? Sorry, she was doing like half shifts with Harpinder or Irene, like in the evenings. When we started the store.
Again, I'm asking you this question because you are the operations manager. And in your evidence on page 2, you say, I am responsible for training staff to make sure that no underage or intoxicated person served, make sure that both stores comply with the Act. That is your role, is it not?
Yes, yes, it is my role. That's what I explained. I was like, so
go ahead.
So when she applied for the renewal, I thought, that's what my thinking is. That time I thought that when someone applies from a renewal from one store, we don't have to do the appointment. But when I had a chat with Ross after, he said like it doesn't matter. So you have to do the appointment even if they are applying for a managers from one of your store.
Okay. And did you not think it was your role to update your manager's register at the time they were appointed?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, it was your role, or you didn't think you had to do it?
Yeah, it was my role, yeah.
And it is your evidence that she did on occasion, or did she on occasion, work on her own in the store between December the 20th, 2022 and March the 13th, when you actually filed the registration and the notice of appointment? Did she act or operate the store by herself?
Most of the time she was working with other people, like she was doing split shifts. So like there was a store manager, Harpinder Singh, either he be doing the full shift and the second person comes on the evening time, or Irene was doing it and the other person comes on the second time, like the second shift. So that's how we were doing it.
Right. So respectfully, Mr. Singh, I asked, was there any time that she was in the store alone, acting as the manager by herself?
I think like, yeah, a couple of times, like acting as a temporary manager, because she showed me on her phone that the council told her that she can work as a temporary manager.
Okay. Just one more question, if I could. In your statement on page 1, clause 6, before my promotion to the role, Anu was the operations manager.
Mm.
So to remove any ambiguity, at the time this was unfolding in December 2022, you were not the operations manager.
No, I was not the operation manager at that time.
But it's been your evidence that as the operations manager, you've been responsible for these things, but it wasn't you who had that role at that time. Is that correct?
As I earlier said, like Daman appointed her, I thought like he already did the notification. So Daman, he did the interview and he hired her that time. I just checked the paperwork.
I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood. I wasn't asking about Daman. I was asking about Anu, because according to your evidence, Anu was the operations manager in December 2022.
Yeah, she was the operations manager. I was still working with her. I was helping her out in everything.
Right. So, so you're saying that it was your responsibility to do it, but you thought Daman had done it.
I thought Daman had did it like when he hired her. He did the appointment.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you thought someone else had done it. You felt that there was no obligation under either Section 231, a notice of appointment, nor did you think it was required to update your manager's register to have a person who, by your own evidence, worked as a manager of the store on her own on a couple of occasions from December 2022 through to March 13th, 2023.
But I told you, like, she showed me that the council told her that she can work as a temporary manager, and I believed her.
But not from the Hamilton City Council.
But like, yeah, later we found out it was from Waikato Council. Like, but you know, like, okay, how would I can only ask her, and she can tell me. Like, I don't know, like, if she's telling me the truth, if she's lying, because she showed an email in her phone that this is what she got, then she can work as a temporary manager, and she told me that she has applied for her managers as well, because she asked us for the support letter as well to go through with her application.
Did you ask her that her application, did you ask her who she filed her application with?
Yeah, I didn't ask her that because that's pretty obvious. If she's working in Hamilton, like, it's under Hamilton jurisdiction, so she should have applied through Hamilton City Council.
But isn't that your job as the operations manager, fulfilling the obligations under the Act, your job to inquire because you were going to employ her in a role?
Yeah, but like, she said, like, she's gonna apply for her managers to the council. Like, she didn't tell me which council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mr. Singh, you've been asked a lot of questions. I don't know whether you've had a chance to have a drink of water, but feel free to have a drink of water if your mouth is feeling
That's
dry.
all right.
Now, Mr. Singh, with regards to Super Liquor in Bader Street,
yeah.
Okay, say for example, if you was, so you've been behind the tills, right? You've worked behind the tills.
Yeah.
So if someone was to buy something and it was $5.99, right? Does it get rounded up if someone, if they put the payment through, does it get rounded up to $6 or does it charge $5.99?
So the first thing, if someone wants to, let's just say, I'll clear it up. So if someone wants to buy a can, comes up at $5.99, we would say no to, we're not going to serve you. We don't want to sell single cans. That's our first response to that. And the other thing is, there is, like, all the cans with the prices advertised over on the fridge. It says like 2 cans for this price. We don't sell any single cans, no matter what. So if they are buying something alcoholic, they have to buy at least 2 cans, which is like $12 or $13 or $11. So,
yeah, well, I just want to know how your FPOS machine works.
So if, like, for cash, if they are, so let's just say, it's just an example, if we are selling something for $5.95, so it automatically, if we're doing cash, it's gonna round up to $6. But if they are paying through FPOS, then it's not gonna round up. So FPOS is whatever the price comes on the system. But all of our prices, like single cans in the system, is $6.
Put aside
So,
single so putting aside single cans, so $12.99, and I'm putting my EFTPOS card in, is it going to charge me $12.99 or $13?
So it's $5.99.
No, I'm talking about $12.99. If I'm
Yeah.
buying something at $12.99 and I put my EFTPOS card through the machine, will it round up to $13 or will I get charged $12.99?
Well, there are other things. So $5.99 is the price for one can coming up in our till, but if you do two cans, it's not gonna come up the same price. It's gonna be like either $11 or $12. So straight, one or 1 2, because that's how we did set up our system.
Right. Okay. So if I was to buy a product, I'm not talking about cans, and it's $5.99.
Yep.
Right. If I buy little bits and pieces and it comes up to $5.99, I put my EFTPOS card through. Will it charge me $6 or $5.99? If it's
on your EFTPOS, it's gonna charge you $5.99, but on cash it's gonna be round up to $6.
Right. And how often do people pay by cash compared to EFTPOS?
It depends. Like they just do half.
Well, in your experience, right, behind the tills, how often do people buy things with cash or by EFTPOS?
Well, like it's completely different. I would say like different in different areas. Like hippie tourists, if I'm comparing Beta Street to hippie tourists, people don't spend much cash. They just use EFTPOS. But like whereas in Beta Street, people spend cash instead of EFTPOS. Because there is an ATM outside. What they do is they just take cash out from the ATM and they just use their cash money.
Right. So we heard evidence today from Mr. Butler saying that he went to the Superliquor Beta store and he saw something that was advertised. It looked like it was a single sale for $5.99 advertised.
Did he take a picture of it?
No, I'm asking you, is he wrong about that?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware of, I think there is nothing it says like $5.99. Because most of the prices over there, like it says like 2 for, not just single price.
Well, we asked Damon Singh about all of this, and we spent some time asking him, and the impression that I got was there is obviously a prohibition of selling single cans or bottles under $6, which is part of the license. But he gave the impression that that there was an advert for $5.99, but if someone goes and buys it through EFTPOS, it'll get rounded up by $6, and therefore you're not in breach of one of the conditions. Is that correct?
Well, like all I can say is you can just go there and check it. It would be easier. So if you even scan a can, it's gonna come up as $6. Right.
But if I'm using EFTPOS and it's $5.99, wouldn't I get charged $5.99? You just told us that, right?
Yeah, I said like yes, you will. But the thing is, like as I mentioned, another thing, like the thing is we don't sell single cans.
Okay.
And as far as I know, there is nothing out there advertised for like $5.99. So all of the prices are advertised there on the fridges says 2 cans for $12 or $11 or whatever that is.
Yep. Now we didn't hear any of that from Mr. Singh, but we talked about single sales, and he gave the impression that that this was happening, and it was $6. So my question to you is this: who's wrong, you or Mr. Damon Singh?
Because most of the time I'm the one responsible for the operations of the store, right? So I'm there most of the times on the stores. So when we do the training, like we explain it to them as well. So that's what everything I set it up over there. So that's how I know.
So coming back to my question, who's wrong, you or Damon Preet?
Well, I
Because you both have answers. They're very different answers. So I just want to know who's right and who's wrong.
So
Which
the
one-
different answers in like the way where if the 1 cent is rounding up to $6 or
Okay, well,
we
you're
are
saying,
just telling them.
you're saying there's no advert for $5.99.
Yeah, as far as
Mr.
I know, there's nothing over there. It says like 2 cans for.
And Mr. Damon Pritt saying today did not dispute that, but he gave an explanation to say that if someone went and bought a single can and it was $5.99, it'll get rounded up at $6. So that's his explanation. So turning to the advertisement of $5.99, you're saying that that's not the case. He didn't disagree with that that was put to him today. So who's wrong?
I'm not saying he's wrong or not, but as far as I know, I know there is nothing says like 5.99 over there. Like even if you check or scan in the system, it says like $6 because I did set it up. So that's why I know.
I'm talking about the advert here. I'm being specific about that. He didn't dispute that there was an advert at $5.99. And you're saying there's no such advertisement at the store.
Yeah, we only.
So who is wrong? Give me an answer.
So like there is no advert, so that means like all I can say is he doesn't know like there is no adverts over there for say it's $5.99. It says like 2 cans for this price.
Okay. So Mr. Damon Pritt Singh today talked about plans for the future in terms of your involvement in the company.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us what's your plans for the, plans in terms of your involvement with the company?
So currently I work as operations manager, and because he offered me the directorship of the company, like if we get the Norton.
So that's the plan?
Yeah.
And what happens if you don't get the license? What's going to happen with that?
I'm still working as operations manager at the moment, so.
All right. Now, in terms of the level of engagement, if, say, for example, if we did grant a license, Mr. Damon Pritt said that he would have regular engagements and meetings with community groups.
Yep.
So he said he gave that evidence today. If that was the case, would you attend these meetings?
Yes, I would definitely go with him.
Well, we've also heard evidence, and I think some of the parties here have asked you questions, especially Dr. Hewison, about this, is that there was a person, Neil, at the community centre saying that, that they would hold these meetings and you're welcome to turn up, but you didn't get up to these meetings because you were worried about your safety.
Yeah. Because Mr. Houston, he said like you could have gone to the meeting and then explained your application in front of everyone. That's why I said like I was worried about my safety that time.
Okay. You've been to the community centre before, right?
Yes, I have.
How many times have you been there?
I've been like, I think I've been there heaps of times. Yeah.
So you're familiar with the place?
Yes, I have.
And you obviously know the person. You obviously know the person who manages that place. So you've had interactions with him.
Yeah, with Neil. Yeah.
And you didn't feel unsafe being in that place?
Yeah, but like it is pretty like if you are not explaining yourself in front of like if there is whole community, like just say like if there are 50 people in front of you and you are explaining your application in front of them, that would be different. And if you are just talking to one person, it is completely different.
Okay. But say you're talking to one person, and we've heard evidence about you approaching people that you know and trust, right?
Yeah.
And also the people that have signed these letters that's next to your evidence. Would it be fair to say that this is only a small group of people that you only trust?
Yeah, those are the people I know, and they know.
So,
So
would it be a
that
fair? Would it be
sorry?
fair? Would it be a fair observation to say that they are biased?
I can't say they are biased. That's the only reason that we were contacting counselor so that he can help us out, reaching out more community.
And
he
knew,
never.
Yep.
Sorry?
And you knew for quite some time that he hadn't engaged with you, right?
Yeah, like he didn't. So that's why we're trying to do what we can do, and in a way of how I can be safe as well. So.
Okay, so how are you going to be safe when if we did grant a license and then you go to these meetings? How are you going to
But
keep
like I
yourself
don't.
safe?
But the thing is, like, I'm not gonna. If I go to the meeting, I'm gonna go there and sit and observe. I'm not gonna talk in front of the people. So that's a different story. So let's just say like there are 50 people and 5 people know that we are the applicant and 45 people doesn't know. But that's completely different. But if I am going in front of 50 people that I'm telling you that I am the applicant, then the 50 people know, that is a different story.
Well, have you had a discussion with Damon about how, the fact that you don't feel safe talking to people at a meeting?
Not in the meeting because because I had a chat with him, like we were just talking, and I told him like what are the other ways we can do it. So that's why we're like, oh, I can't go to the houses like door knocks, and I can't do that because I don't feel safe in that. I don't feel comfortable and safe doing that.
Put it this way, so a community manager has said, look, we've got this meeting, you're more than welcome to come and talk to these people. And your position is you don't feel safe. So it's just common sense, isn't it? I mean, wouldn't you just go and talk to David and say, look, I don't feel safe. You're the director of this company, you need to front up. Did you have that discussion?
Not with the meetings.
Okay. Now, were you thinking back on this in hindsight, would you think that might have been a good idea?
Like,
because I appreciate you're only the operations manager.
Because I think it would be different if, like, rather than us reaching out like that, if we have reached out to the community, like the front face people, and if other agencies like would help us arrange a meeting or something, that would be completely different and it would be really easy,
Okay.
Because sorry.
All right, no, I'll move on. So in terms of the plans, if you were to operate this license at some premises in Norton, have you discussed with Damon about the possible conditions that you might want to offer?
The conditions on the license?
Yes.
Yeah, like we are, like the thing is we don't want to do any single sales like we do at other stores as well. So basically most of the conditions are the same like what we got at Beta Street.
Okay. What about remote sales?
Like remote sales. So
because Beta Street you've got remote sales, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do remote sales in Norton.
You don't think, or is that a decision that you made?
No, because remote sales, we don't want to do it. Because the thing with the remote sales currently, like there are a lot of issues. Like even if you use the courier services, you never know if they are checking the IDs or not. So that's not right either. And
Okay. You talked about single sales. So with single sales, would you agree, from your perspective, not to sell any single cans or bottles under $6?
so single sales, like what we're not gonna sell no matter what, is basically the first thing, the RTDs, low percentage, high percentage. We're not gonna do anything single of like Cody's, Woodstock, whatever that is. So nothing. We're not gonna do any single sales of those. And like the beers, we are not gonna do any single sales of beers either. So like what we I had a discussion with Daman as well. So like, like what other packagings we are getting from the companies, like 4-pack, 6-packs, we are just gonna sell it as like a.
Okay. What's your policy on begging?
So the begging, so if someone is begging outside, and what we do is we're gonna go outside, talk to him and tell him like, you need to stop this. If he is begging outside and coming to the store, we're gonna warn him and stop selling anything to him. But the other thing, like busking, we had an incident at a Beta Street. There was a guy busking outside. I told him off. I was like, yeah, you can't do this. And the first time and second time he tried to do it again, I told him again, like, you can't do this. And his response was, I'm not in your property, I'm at a public place, so you can't. And I'm not begging anyone, so I'm just doing busking at. But he did is he just got some coins and came to the store. I told him that I'm not gonna serve him. I verbally banned him as well from the store. So that is what we do.
Okay. So we've
like,
heard, sorry,
sorry.
Go on. What were you gonna say?
So I was like, if someone is begging outside and coming to the store, we're gonna decline him. Like, we're not gonna serve him, and we will definitely we saying like, we're gonna verbally ban him from coming to the store.
Okay. We heard you talk about this incident recently about someone selling alcohol to a person in school uniform, right?
Yes.
Only about a week or two ago, and you've now implemented this policy where you would ban selling alcohol to students wearing uniform.
Yes.
What made you put that ban in place?
Personally, I think it's not. If someone is coming into a liquor store with a school dress and it doesn't leave a good impression on others, people will think probably underage. It doesn't matter if he has an ID or not. If he or does have an ID, it doesn't put a good impression on other people as well. And I think it's not a good idea of selling alcohol to someone in school uniform, regardless of the age.
So how long have you thought that this wasn't a good idea?
So, like recently, an incident happened at Hippie Churros. So that's what the duty manager told me. Like, this is what happened, and I was like, okay, let's just implement a policy. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna sell any alcohol to anyone in school uniform. And I had a chat with I emailed Anna about it as well. So yeah.
So putting this incident aside, how long have you held this belief that it's not right to sell alcohol to students in a uniform?
But we didn't have any incident before that. Like, so it just happened recently, and someone just came in a school uniform, and we didn't feel it's right.
Okay, so you didn't feel it was right, but I mean, surely you must have held this sort of opinion for quite some time. It hasn't just come up the last week or two.
Yeah, because the thing is, because I wasn't at that store. If I was there, that would be different. I would haven't served someone in school uniform.
Okay.
And so the duty manager told me this has happened. So that's why we were like, okay, let's just do this. We're not gonna serve anyone. So, and I went to Beta Street and hippie tourists, like we just told all of our staff members, we gave them a bit of training that this is what we're going to implement and we don't want to do that.
Okay, because what I'm trying to get at is that, you know, you have been operating Super Liquor Hefe Terrace and Super Liquor Beta for quite some time.
Yep.
How come this ban wasn't put in place a long time ago?
We never had an incident happen at the store before.
So are you just waiting for an incident to happen and then you'll
It's
react?
not that it's
plan?
not like sometimes you know, like, and the other things like it's not about we were just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah,
But we
but
didn't feel.
you've reacted to a situation and then you put a ban in place. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Oh, is it a good ban or a?
I think it's a good ban.
I think it's good what we did.
But we could have, this could have been prevented in the first place if you had.
Yeah, I agree with it. It could have prevented earlier. So.
Okay.
But
so who made the decision to ban? Was it your decision or was it Damon's decision or Anu's decision?
So what we did is, so when it happened, I had a chat with Daman regarding it. Anu was involved and I talked to Anna as well. And then we were like, okay, let's just do this. And we did it.
Okay, so when it comes to decision making, that's you, Damon, and Anu who then makes a decision, right?
Yeah, we just do it together, yeah.
Okay. And going forward, is that how you would make decisions?
Yes.
And so in terms of, and I know that in the evidence there's been talk about when Damon's been away overseas, the communication. So what I just want to understand a little bit is with your decision making, was it still the three of you that made the decisions?
Yeah, because like it's whenever I call him, he just picks up. We just call him straight away because like most of the time he's available on the phone.
When you were not able to, well, has been an occasion where you've been unable to reach Damon?
I just send him a message because if it's urgent, I try to call him like 2-3 times. He picks up. If it's not that urgent, I just leave a message for him. And this is what we need to look into it and get back to me when you are awake or when you're available.
Okay. So in terms of the directorships, you mentioned that the plan is that if you get this license and you become a director, can you just let me know, will you become a shareholder at each stage or has that been discussed?
Nothing is discussed about that yet.
Okay. All right.
Because I think for the shareholders, Daman's mum, she's currently the shareholders and she is not going to be on the shareholders anymore. And because Anu and Daman, they both be taking 50-50.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I think Councillor Wilson just has 2 questions.
Yep, very quick. Mr. Singh, when were you last in the Beta store?
Beta store last week when I came here before that.
Right, before you went to Australia. So could you give me a day when you were there?
Because normally Monday or Tuesday, not too sure.
And who authorizes any advertising in the store?
The store advertisements, or because like basically we don't do any advertisements in stores. So whatever the Super Liquor does, we only advertise those products.
And you have a process to vet whatever Super Liquor does in terms of the signage in relation to your own conditions on your license?
Like,
let me rephrase.
Yeah, please.
Is there a possibility that a sign from Super Liquor ended up in Beta store that was put up that was less than $6?
No, because they don't advertise any single beer or anything. Because
Thank you.
basically they only advertise wine, the bottles, or like the packs.
Okay. Final question. Your evidence was, and this wasn't verbatim, so please correct me if I've misunderstood. We won't sell any beers, single sale beers. Did you need to qualify that at all?
Is it for the Norton or Beta?
For Norton?
So because Norton, do you mean like to qualify for a super liquor?
No. I'm just trying to grasp, is it single sale beers under 500 mils or single sale beer period?
So the thing is, let's just say that we're not gonna do any single sale RTDs of beers. Because like even at the hippie tours and like Beta Street, we don't do any single sales regardless of if it's 300 mil, 500 mil, 700 mils. They have to buy 2 minimum.
And so is that across all of your stores?
Yeah, Beta Street strictly we do that, but in hippie tours we don't do that. We only do like, so if something cans like 500 mils, we don't do any RTD single in hippie tours. We decided not to do that like ages ago. It's been before even like we took over Beta Street, we stopped that RTDs. And the beers 500 mil, we don't do any singles, but for the big beer bottles, so like the craft beers, some of them are like 1 liter from Good George, sorry, 940 mils, and some beers which are like 750 mils, like Steinlager big bottles of Waikato. Those ones we do singles in only in hippie tourist store.
So that was my question. Earlier on, your evidence was that you weren't selling any single sale RTD or beer, period, but now you've qualified. So so what you are saying is you will sell single sale beers if they're 750 mils and above.
No, I never said that. So I said 750 mil, we only sell it in hippie tourist store, but at Beta Street, we don't sell any singles regardless of what their quantity is. And it's going to be the same for Norton store as well. We're not going to do any single sales. It doesn't matter 200 mil, 500 mil, 700 mil, anything.
1 liter.
Yeah, anything. We're not going to do that.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified.
All right, Ms. Walker. We're nearly there.
I don't have anything for re-examination. However, I am wondering if I don't close off the evidence yet, because obviously there's been an issue raised where evidence has been raised, but some of it's in the store, and I just want the opportunity to review that and see if any evidence needs to be submitted in response to that, because we've spent a significant amount of time talking about something that's been raised for the first time.
And we don't know whether that's right or wrong and who you.
Absolutely, and lots of
fair
questions have
enough,
been put without any of this information, so we're quite late in the day at 4:30 and we've had a long day,
Yes.
so I'm suggesting that that I don't close our evidence, but I just make any inquiries and anything can be dealt with in the morning, before we start the licensing aspects evidence.
Yes. Is everyone all right with that?
The only question I've got, not to counter that, but Butler's brought this in, he actually probably should be given the opportunity to actually be re-examined on that, what he actually saw. Because he's introduced this and it's become quite an issue.
Yeah.
And I think it's appropriate that we have a second crack at it. But it would be in best interest for all that there is some qualification around the comment made.
Yes, well, the situation here with Mr. Butler is that he was questioning, he wasn't giving evidence.
Yes.
And I did let it happen because I was being accommodating for the fact that he obviously as a member of the
Yes,
community.
that's
and how
right.
it's
And there's some
taken
bit
on
of some
life its
leeway
own.
from Mr. Butler.
Might it help if Mr. Butler was sworn in and just gave the evidence again, so it's on the record that he's given the evidence? And then we can ask questions about.
Yes, because he basically was giving evidence in his questioning.
And it's become such a big issue that it's appropriate to give that as evidence.
All right, well, can we think about it overnight? But let's not close off Mr. Singh. And you're okay to come back tomorrow, Mr. Singh? Because if we're going to start, it'll be 10 o'clock, and that would mean it's a, 7 or 8 o'clock start for you. Is that all right?
Do I have another?
Another option?
Doesn't need to be lead through him, or could I leave it through?
Well, what we could potentially do is we can recall
I'm just thinking about the fact of him being on holiday.
Yes, he is on
Given
holiday,
up.
so I'm sorry about that, Mr. Singh.
That's all right.
I'll entirely up to you how you want to do it. I think it is, in fairness to Mr. Damon Singh, to be able to talk about this evidence, because there has been a lot of questions about it. We'll have to have a think about whether we will have Mr. Butler give evidence, just to cover that off, because you put that to Mr. Damon Singh today. So we want to be able to just hear the evidence from you first, potentially, just to cover it. It'll be very short. I'm assuming that you went to the store, you saw what was advertised, you don't remember the details.
Starting to wonder about myself now.
No, that's all right. Yeah, that's
No,
all right.
I
We just want to make sure that
Yeah, I did go to the store, I did see it,
and we just want to make sure that everything is fair.
and I have been to Specsavers in the last 12 months.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. So look, let's potentially we can recall Mr. Damon Singh tomorrow before the licensing inspector's evidence, and then we'll think about whether to have Mr. Murray Butler give evidence first, get questioned about it, because I'm assuming that you'll get some information and you want to put it to Mr. Butler.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And
pretty
in fairness to
vague at the
you-
moment.
No, that's right. Well,
Something
yeah.
happened that has taken on a life of its own.
And in fairness to you, you haven't been able to test that evidence.
No, it's very light on what the evidence is. There's a sign somewhere for $5.99.
Potentially, yeah.
So I have to go see if there is.
Yes. No, okay. Well, why don't we, because we've got a 10, is everyone still happy for a 10 o'clock start? Or do we need to come back a little bit earlier?
I just have one issue. My witness,
Yes,
Leanne, has indicated that she's not available later on in the day. And bearing in mind, we're already now drifting today into tomorrow. Just the order, I've emailed her and I haven't had a response as to what time would be good for her, but she's got a commitment in Auckland in the afternoon later on. So whether we could juggle her giving her evidence, I need to hear from her.
And what's your availability like for Wednesday morning?
I sent her the time zones, and yeah, she's driving for services. She's fairly busy.
Okay. Do you want to have an earlier start tomorrow? Or 10 o'clock? I know there's school holidays. Huh?
Bearing in mind it's also school holidays.
Yes, the school holidays, yeah.
I mean, we're happy to start early. So we just want to get through.
Yeah, but if we're going to start earlier, what you must have seen yet?
I can do like
9:30. What's everyone like for 9:30?
So if I could have lead to.
ABL? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Save some fossil fuels.
Yeah. ABL, 9:30 tomorrow. We'll start at 9:30, is that all right? So we'll come back at 9:30 tomorrow and we'll go from there, okay? All right, thanks everyone. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone. Cheers.